Morning, everybody. Welcome to our special work session / short council meeting. Today is Friday, May 8th, 2020. It's approximately 9:30 a.m. Before we begin, if you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Okay, so we have 4 items on the agenda, and we're fortunate to have with us our county clerk and her team, Lindsay Bachman and Christine Rivera from the city, our city clerk. And I believe there's another gentleman that may be joining us, and I'm sorry I didn't catch his name. But anyways, that's going to be the first item. It's going to be the election update. So, David, my assistant, did you have anything you wanted to start us off with?
Good morning, Mayor. No, I don't have anything to add. We can go straight into the election discussion, and then further down the agenda, we'll leave it to council for questions for the people that we have presenting.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
So, is Christine or Amanda going to start off first, or Lindsay?
I'm happy to start if
I was
Christine.
I was just going to introduce you guys, no big deal, but so Christine Rivera, acting city clerk. Next Saturday, May 16th, City Hall will be open as an early voting location for the primaries. And so we've asked Dr. Amanda Lopez-Askin and Lindsay Bachman from the county to share the difficult decisions that they've had to make during this unprecedented time and the precautions that they are taking to ensure the health safety of voters, poll workers, and staff. So with that, I will let Amanda go ahead and speak.
Thank you, Christine. Well, Mayor and Council, it's nice to be with you this morning. It's Christine, your wonderful clerk, called us last week in preparation for what she knew was coming, which would be the what we call alternate early voting. It's when we expand on the 16th, and asked us to wanted to have a discussion about what the precautions we were taking were. Really kind of coordinate what the building, maximizing safety for everyone connected to the facility. And so we had a great conversation, and I greatly appreciate the continual communication from your clerk. She has been outstanding in terms of planning, getting ahead of things, and it's been very helpful for us, especially as, there's other sites that we're navigating as well and having to find, alternatives within a location. So the cooperation and teamwork that she has provided has been exceptional. So I wanted to make sure to note that. So in heading to the election, we knew that it was going to be a different experience, right? And so I think we've talked extensively about how we are literally in times like we've never been before. But we still have to run an election, and we have to run it well. So in preparation for that, some of the things that we are doing specifically I'm going to talk about, but I also wanted to mention that the Secretary of State and our office are working closely in tandem as we do with all things, and the support connected to the PPE is the relationship she's built with the Secretary of Emergency Management. So that's been very helpful and has really filtered down in a positive way for our community. So, PPE is being required by all poll officials or election officials, as well as any of our employees on site. So that is what we'll start with. So masked, etc. We're asking voters to wear masks when they approach our building, which is closed to the public. They are greeted with an election official who is checking them in to confirm that they are there specifically to vote, and we're happy that they're there to vote. Keep that in mind, but we are asking them to wear a mask. If they do not bring a mask, we have a limited supply available. So we'll start with that. We're also marking and asking for people to maintain the social distancing of the 6 feet. And we've actually, I think, got even a little further because we have more space to be able to do that. We are limiting the number of voters in a voting location at the voting location at any given time. So there's no more than 5 voters, and we have separated our booths pretty well. 6 feet at least. We're also limiting our number of poll officials on site. So generally we have between 5 and 7, just depending on how busy we are in the location. But currently we are looking at 4 per site. Something additional that we've done that you've probably, or you may have read about, is that we have reduced the number of polling locations across Doña Ana County for Election Day. It's just kind of an informational. It was not an easy decision to make, and I talked about this pretty extensively in that it's pretty much against everything that we believe in terms of access and democracy. But again, this is a really specific situation, and I knew that the things that I'm talking about were going to be much easier. Not that any of it's easy, but much easier to enforce at 21 locations on Election Day versus 40. So that's also what went into that, was recognizing that out of 276 poll officials, at least 170 of them were over the age of 60. And that's not including any of the underlying things that we don't know about, or spouses, right? That we've actually had some people cancel because of their spouse has a condition that they're particularly concerned about. So in order to get ahead of that and to make sure that we could adequately staff, that's an additional factor that went into it. We also have a plastic partition. If you walk up and identify yourself, offer the required identification to a poll official, there's a literal plastic partition in between the poll official and the voter identifying themselves. We are using popsicle. This was kind of, I thought, really creative on our part. And give credit to our Bureau of Election staff. Andy Perez is actually on the call today, and he is our Bureau of Election supervisor. So we're using popsicle sticks instead of a stylus to sign. And the voter is asked to use that as well when they input their ballot into the tabulator, and that is fully disposable. We are disinfecting the pens that are used after every use, of course, and we are on a regular schedule to wipe down everything, all surfaces within the polling location. So those are some of the precautions we're taking. We're using all of the best practices, both from the Department of Health and the CDC, and we can do that. We're happy to do that at all of our sites. One of the things that we'll continue to say, and I hope that you talk about, is we highly encourage voting from home, or otherwise known as absentee, right? Because as many precautions as we take, the only guarantee that we have that you cannot be exposed to somebody at a voting location is if you vote from home. Yay, you got your ballot, and I got mine in yesterday too. So we're going to save my ballot for Mother's Day. We're going to kind of sit at the table, my parents and I and my husband, and vote together. So thank you for that. Cassandra got hers too. Great.
Okay, well, great one. Yeah, and I sent my, Rosie and I, for our ballots, so we'll see how that goes. That'll be the first time I ever vote absentee. I've always made it a point to vote in person, but hey, this time's different. So. Well,
and I will say, I think if there was any time to vote absentee, this would be the year. So I know there's traditions connected to voting in person. I appreciate that. I have participated in those, whether it's I'm going to lunch after, and we're going to talk about who we voted for, or even prior. But
Actually, it's a long time ago. The only time you could vote absentee is if you were out of the country. Mm-hmm. And so when I started in politics, that was the rule. So, I used to have a friend who would drive to Juarez and say he's out of the country, so you get an absentee. But
Well, I think that we're really fortunate to reside in a state that really has implemented all of the best practices connected to elections, and that would include not having to have an excuse if you want to vote by home, because we know that voters will participate if they have more options. And so we want to continue to promote that. So thank you.
Sounds good. Was Lindsay going to say anything, or?
She's going to say hello, everyone.
Okay, all right. Well, let me see if council has any questions. Councilor Sword?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Amanda and Lindsay and Christine, for coming today and reporting what you're going to do. It sounds very good. This isn't my first absentee ballot. If you recall, our mail-in ballot a couple of years ago for the GO bond, everybody did the same thing, you know? So, hey, we're practiced on this. We're pros. I was just wondering on the masks for people who vote. Can you make it mandatory that they wear masks?
No,
You can't. Okay.
we're not going to deny a person access to the ballot box because they're not wearing a mask.
Yeah, understood. Just wanted to check.
We highly encourage, and we give them, we'll offer that to them again if they come without a mask. But
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you did say there will be some available if they.
There'll be a limited number of supply. We of course couldn't supply it
That's
for all of the voters. However, we're also sensitive to the idea that not everybody can afford to buy a mask or has access to them. So,
Well, anyway, we'll be distancing at least. Yes. Thank you very much, Amanda.
Thank you.
And have a good day.
You too.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Councilor Vasquez?
Hey, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you to the clerk and deputy clerk for being with us today and for your efforts in making this a safe election for us. I continue to think that we have one of the best clerk's offices across all counties in New Mexico. You guys are so proactive.
Thank you. Gabe.
Not a problem. And you guys are so proactive in making sure that we maximize the opportunities for access to the ballot for folks. And so thank you for your continued work on that. I did have a question about what your expectations are or what your sense is when it comes to voting numbers in general. I think I had seen something about a record number of mail-in ballot applications being filled out and sent back to the Secretary of State, which was a positive, seemed to me like a positive sign that folks were going to perhaps vote in record numbers by absentee ballot. But any thoughts or expectations at the county level of voting numbers for this upcoming June election? Expect them to go up, down, or what are your thoughts on that?
Thank you, Councilor, for your question. So the first day of early voting, we had approximately a little over 100 individuals who voted, and this is this past Tuesday, and that is about half of in comparison to 2018. So we had more the second day, and I think people realized that we were maximizing all of the precautions. I think that was definitely a factor. I do know that we sent out, as a county, 5,700 absentee ballots this past Tuesday. They went out. That is, so if you look at turnout, even in 2016, the primary election, right, which is what I compared it to because that was the presidential year, we had approximately 20,000 total voters. So if you look at already 25% went out before the applications have been received by all of the eligible voters, right? So those are people who either sent in a physical one and had it mailed to them and mailed it in, or did it online, or turned in their application via across the counter. So I'm optimistic. I'm hopeful that we'll reach over 10,000 absentee, but we will, and we're ready for them. So I think that's kind of, and Lindsay, you're more than welcome to add anything if you like.
Sure. So this morning I checked in a little bit with how we were doing, and we have issued over 6,800 absentee ballots for the primary in this first week. And what we know about the applications is they actually went out in waves. So, which is actually good for us administratively, just to be able to handle the volume coming into the office. So 6,800 is a huge number. In 2018, I think we did 500 absentee ballots total. for the primary. And again, that's not a presidential, but it's really hard to determine how the pandemic's going to influence how participation comes out looking like on the other end. And then in person, it looks like we're at 333. So that's about, it'll probably be about 100 people a day, which, as Amanda indicated, if we stay on route for that, that puts us at about half of what we did in 2018 for the primary. We are definitely hopeful that people out in the community will help us push absentee and help encourage folks to go online and still request their ballot through May 28th. And that we normalize it, right? Because a lot of what we hear in response to this encouragement is, well, how do I know this works, right? How do I fill it out? It's very different than what I'm used to. So if you guys, anyone on the call would like material from our office in order to help promote absentee, we have that available. And then again, if you have any questions about the specific process that you're getting from your constituents or from other members in the county, other residents in the county, just let us know and we can help work through those with y'all.
Great.
Thanks, Lindsay.
Thank you so much, Lindsay. Thank you, Amanda, and your whole team for, again, just always being at the forefront of being responsive to the situation in hand and making sure that democracy can thrive in our county. So thank you so much. Those are all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Mayor Pro Tem, and then Councillor Flores and Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Amanda and Lindsay, and all your staff there at the clerk's office. I very much appreciate all the thought that has gone into sort of this process and what you want to see. I know how difficult that decision was to make in terms of limiting the polling places, because I know firsthand how you two feel about democracy and people voting. I think that's really important. My question is around, Lindsay, you made mention maybe some information that you have from the clerk's office that we as counselors can share with our constituency. I'm thinking around absentee ballot and just what to expect. Do you have flyers, or is there some sort of campaign that the city and the county can team up with, sort of interviewing all of us or a few of us to push out into the community about voting and the importance of voting and absentee ballots, and sort of what to expect in terms of what you'll see at the polling places?
So yes, we definitely have materials on hand. And I know, Christine, last time we spoke, we had a longer conversation about ways in which we can partner on that communication. Certainly DAC Elections is a really good resource. We do have a landing page specific to the primary. I can get that to Christine so that you all have it, and it kind of links off to everything that's important, right? Like the consolidation of polling locations to 21 locations. It has an online sample ballot. People can go in and see what races are going to be on their ballot. And then it, of course, links to nmvote.org from that landing page so that folks can apply for their absentee ballot. I think that one of the big things, right, is in terms of this normalizing of the process is really helping folks understand that they can track the status of their ballot on nmvote.org. So that's a key piece that we're trying to help underline and underscore so that people have more confidence that their vote counts, because it does. Our absentee process is great. Amanda talks about this all the time, but the great thing about our jobs is that we have statute to follow. Everything is statutorily driven, and sometimes the worst thing about our jobs is everything is statutorily driven. So it makes the process slower, but it keeps it accountable, and that includes absentee. So those types of things would be really helpful just in terms of messaging to folks, I think.
Great. Amanda, I guess I'm thinking more specific to our our county, your clerk's office, our clerk's office, can we expect the same? I'm just thinking people that don't use maybe computers, internet, Facebook, things like that, that I'm worried about. Maybe typically a lot of our seniors that use absentee ballot anyway. I guess I'm trying to find different ways that we can push out information and that it's not all electronically, but also very specific to what you all are doing. I wrote a lengthy list of things, precautions that you're taking. And I think that's important to get out to the community. And so if we can do that, not only by PSAs, radio, but also flyers that in most of our senior services, and I don't know, I don't want to cross a line here, but I think we're not telling people how to vote, but saying that this is available and the precautions that you have so clearly laid out, thoughtfully, right? Thought of for the safety and well-being of your staff, but also to our constituency.
Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem. So I agree. There's any way that we can message we're open to ideas. We have made an internal list connected to all of the organizations across Doña Ana County that's as exhaustive as we can think of, and that would include large organizations as well as the smaller ones in the South, to ask them to leverage any of their communications, how they to their constituents as well, or their, the individuals that live in their community. And we're fortunate to have a communications coordinator that has created a very specific campaign that is bilingual, and we try to promote that as much as we can. I would encourage any of you to also promote that. I think it's really, again, when we talk about it's not like we can go to a farmer's market and hand out flyers to people. It's not like we can go to the Anthony Senior Center during lunchtime right now and kind of do some of that, promoting of. So unfortunately, part of what we're doing this very moment is the maximum of what we can do. So any way that you can support what we do, I would welcome. I agree with you. It's a fine line. We want to talk about the precautions. I want to detail everything we're doing. There's literally, if it's out there and there's something else we could be doing, we will. We want to promote absentee, but we want good turnout. So it's very important that I continue to say, I want people to vote. However you vote, I want you to vote. Please participate. Know that we have maximized the safety at the polling locations, and make the best decision for yourself, considering your specific circumstances and your family circumstances.
Sure.
So, I appreciate your concern, and I know you're always have an eye out for those who are not necessarily on the forefront, who aren't necessarily in front of a Mac computer like I am right now, et cetera, right? So we always have to consider everyone from every corner of Doña Ana, because we want all of them to participate. So the short answer is we are using the tools that we have to leverage different community groups. I always think radio is a good idea. Our budget is limited, unfortunately, because that's just where we're at. And so thank you for the question and the concern. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I thank you so much. I do, like this county, the city partners with many nonprofits. We specifically community action, some that maybe we haven't in the past, like Doña Ana Communities United, Cruises of Creatives, all these places that I think are having, I think, excellent luck with the numbers of folks that they're reaching out to daily. Mm-hmm. That flyer in a box, in a food box, because things of that nature that I think we can do, and I'm hopeful that the city will put forth some money to make sure that and we get to do that, right? We get to decide here if that happens. And I think it's an important thing to do, is ensuring that people understand this process, and normalizing it, but also knowing that you all have taken the necessary precautions to protect everybody. And so Thank you. I appreciate it. So I guess this question is really for Christine. I understand that we'll be opening up. Did you say Monday or Tuesday of next week? I wrote it down, but without taking too much time to look back at my notes, what kind of precautions do we have in place, and what will we be doing specifically to let people know that this is a polling site that will be open, and that you're doing everything that you can, I know, through the city to protect people?
Councilor Gondeta, Mayor, we are instilling all the precautions that Amanda has laid out. We're going to use the same things that they're using, as they're the ones who are technically in charge of all of that. We did make a change in where we were going to have the voting. It was technically supposed to be in my office. With the social distancing, that was going to be a little difficult. So we're going to move it out into the lobby, make sure that the spacing is adequate. We did work with Udell the other day, and he did do a press release regarding some of the precautions, as well as letting people know that, yes, we are a voting location, but we are encouraging everyone to vote absentee.
Great. Thank you, Christine. Thank you for all your help and diligence and thoughtfulness, and the rest of the staff. I know this is going to put some burden on all of you, and I just want to make sure that you feel protected and safe. And if you need anything from us, please don't hesitate to let us know here at this point. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Flores?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Amanda, and thank you, Lindsay, for your hard work around this election. It's really everything we're doing these days is new. Everything is a new, and we even want to call it a normal, because there's nothing normal about this. But insofar as perhaps you touched on this and I missed it. So my concern, working around voter registration and getting the vote out, and all of that for several decades. My concern with the absentee ballot is the same as what Mayor Pro Tem Gondeta touched on, and that's like, for example, my age group goes to vote in person. I know that my mother looked forward to voting day. It was like her little field trip. She would get up, she would, take her shower, put her little lipstick on, and Mija, let's go vote. And that's part of my normal. And I am going to do in person. I meant to go on Cinco de Mayo, but I was so busy celebrating with my dog here, with our balloons and our red, white, and green confetti. It was hard for me to get away from my party. But I will be voting in person. And the question I've been asking for years, I know when Scott Kraling was the county clerk, about when you do absentee voting, the mail-in ballot, you have to pay for the postage. And you don't have to pay for the postage anymore when you do the mail-in?
So Councilor Flores, thank you for your question. And while I'm at it, thank you for all your advocacy. But no, it is postage paid. Yes, and you're correct. Previously, it had been, and I think it was $1.52 or something along those lines each way.
That could be, it was a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, so I understand your concern. With the ruling of the Supreme Court this year, they were very specific in that they directed the Secretary of State to send absentee ballot applications to all voters. And so the turnaround with that was then there's postage paid return ballots.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Well, what about, let's see, registration is still, it has to be in person, right?
So the deadline to register online was this past Tuesday, but same day voter registration will take place at all of the early voting locations. And that is up to May 30th. It's the Saturday before Election Day. I would say we kind of joke about it. We call it very same day-y, but starting in November, starting in 2021, we will have full implementation of same day registration. So it was very much a stair step heading over to it.
Okay. And then and then after the election, the primary is over, on June 3rd,
Mhm.
can begin registering again, correct? And then what's the cutoff before the general election to do, because some people will not be voting in this primary. Some people just don't vote in primaries. They just don't find it necessary for whatever reason. But so once you have people who haven't, who are registering to vote in the general because they've moved or they've changed parties or for whatever reason, what is the cutoff for that? Is there going to be same day early voting registration for that too?
Yes, that will be that what is happening in the primary will be mirrored in the November election as well. And so it would be the online registration would cut off, in the same time frame, which would be the beginning of October, and same day would continue in person at the early and alternate locations. So it would be a mirror.
I'm sorry, it would be what?
I did want to clarify. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No.
Go ahead. You're good.
I did want to clarify. Zoom calls are fun, you guys. I did want to clarify that election day is June 2nd, but there was a law change in regards to registration, in that we have to wait 30 days before registration becomes active again. So people can still be out in the community, like voter registration agents collecting forms, but we actually can't process those forms by law for 30 days after an election. And that was a change that was made in 2019. We did try to shorten that period as an affiliate, because what we realized is it's a little bit too long, and define it a little bit more, but that didn't get passed in the state legislature. So we're going into this year 30-day delay post the primary for registration to reopen.
So Lindsay, how does that work then for same day voting? If you can't process, or did I guess I'm too busy with my dog barking over here. I'm sorry.
That's okay. So
Distracted. What?
starting June 3rd and continuing, so this is after the election, right? So you had
Okay.
that it would restart the next day, but it actually was a 30-day delay after the election. And the idea behind that is because, as some of you know, election day is the 2nd, but for us, the election continues for quite a period of time post.
No, you get to go home. You get to go home. You don't have to stay there till midnight or 2 o'clock in the morning anymore. You can go home. I'll let you go home.
So yeah, so that's those are the changes in regards to same day voter registration. And post election voter registration, and then same day voter registration is important to note that there's an additional photo identification requirement for that process, and that you cannot change your party in the primary. So if you're a new voter, you can register como sea, right, like however you want. But if you've already been on our voter roll, you cannot change your party. So.
Right, for the primary. So, okay, so when was that Supreme Court, when did that decision come down regarding the postage paid? I'm I'm ecstatic about it. That is just such a pleasant surprise for me. Such a pleasant surprise. When did that, do you recall when that decision came down from the Supreme Court? It was a state Supreme Court.
So the Supreme Court decision was connected to really ordering the county clerks to administer an election as we would always administer an election. That was really the Supreme Court's decision. They decided they did not have the authority, or they were not the body that would approve any changes, because the majority of the had asked for it on mail. But when the order went out, there was a decision at that time to make the postage paid all around.
Do you recall when that was, though? Was it this year? Was it January?
Yeah, it's been in the last month or so that was something that was decided, connected to, I think, everything that's happening now, right?
Yeah.
And so we're pleased about it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Amanda.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to reinforce what you said. We're pleased about it as well, because $1.50 may not be a lot to some people, but it literally could be a barrier for somebody participating in what is a constitutional right connected to. So I agree with you. That this is something moving. I don't know if it's something moving forward that is going to be present. I'm hoping so.
But we will keep you updated on that, and I will particularly keep you updated because I know you're you participate quite often in all of the activities connected to civic engagement in the community. So we should continue to talk about it and how we can support paid postage, not just during a pandemic, but during every election.
So the decision was apropos or only incidental to or because of the pandemic and during only the course of the pandemic, or was it just hereforth? Do either of you know?
So it was connected to the decision by the Supreme Court for us to have promote the absentee. And frankly, there wasn't a lot of details given as to the why. We were just happy that we were able to give voters that information, that they were not going to have to worry about postage.
So it was in connection with the pandemic only then, or it's going to be in effect only for the pandemic, or maybe I'll just read the decision. I'll get it and read it and see what it says.
Yeah, I don't know what it's going to look like, especially connected to a potential special session, a potential space for there to be all mail anyway. So I think those are some moving pieces, but again, like you, it's something that I continue to keep an eye on continually. I was surprised when I first started as clerk that there was postage involved in submitting an absentee. So I share your support of more free and accessible elections connected to absentee.
Yeah, I think that really has to get out to the public, because I know that in vote out, we'd have absentee ballots with us, and people would say, "Oh, okay," and then I'd say, "Just be sure to put your postage on it." And they'd say, "Oh, that means I have to go to the post office, get out." And some people just don't. So I think this is wonderful. Thank you, and I totally agree with Mayor Pro Tem Gandara that not everybody has computers, not everybody. Not everybody has a computer to access anything online or whatever. So there has to be a lot of, be it flyers. So anyway, thank you so much, Lindsay, Ms. Bachman, and Amanda, Dr. Askins. Thank you so much for your hard work on this. I fully appreciate everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bencomo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you so much, Dr. Lopez-Askin and Deputy County Clerk Bachman, and of course our own City Clerk Christine on all the work that you've been doing since the decision was announced and before. I think you were probably preparing multiple scenarios. And as someone who is a naturalized citizen who has loved ones that don't have access to the ballot box yet, voting to me is incredibly important. As I know it is to you, and I cannot imagine what that decision must have been like to reduce the voting locations on election day. But please know that that on this side, even though I understand that decision must have been really awful to make, that I thank you for it, because I think it was the right decision to make. So I hope that you know that. And mostly, I just want to say thank you for all you're doing. And I think. For me, I just requested my absentee ballot a couple days ago. I will be voting by absentee, even though I love voting in person. I've even resisted early voting because I just love election day so much. But I, this year, particularly as a leader in this community, I just value the health, my own health, the health of my family, the health of my constituents a lot more than I do going to vote in person. I just, some of those things take priority sometimes, and understanding that this is hopefully temporary and that it won't last forever. Hopefully not even for the general, right? But I'm glad that and unfortunately a smaller election like the primary, right, that you get to practice and see how this goes in the event that November is the same. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem that I hope the city can, that I would like the city to partner with you towards putting resources in radio ads, especially. I think you're right, radio ads are a really important tool in communicating with our communities, especially those who speak Spanish in Las Cruces. So I really do hope that we can do that. And then, I wanted to ask, I know, but can you encourage people to go where can people go look to see what voting locations are open right now and which ones they will be open on election day, in the event that you must go in person, for people to understand that.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Bencomo. We always want to encourage anyone and everyone to head to dacelections.com. So that will have all of the information. Also, social media. We do have many flyers available. A lot of people received an update connected to their precinct when our precinct split. We sent election flyers with the available information in that flyer specifically in all of those. And I think we sent over, I want to say 40,000 at this point. So, that information was sent. It was kind of, we're already sending a piece of mail, so let's give information when we can. Again, I think we're fortunate to have a lot of community partners that promote registration and promote participation. And those groups that we partner with would be at places that people gather. And so it's just not ideal in a lot of ways. And I too kind of cringe at the opportunity that we're losing connected to voter registration and participation. But we are seeing good turnout so far via absentee, and that is very, very encouraging. So, like I said, we continue to want to partner and maximize our effectiveness, both in the large areas, but particularly the rural areas, because as somebody, I have a parent that grew up in a rural area that just never had access to information, and you don't know what you don't know. So, that's something that we'll always work on. I talk quite frequently that my number one priority as clerk is to administer my statutory duties. That is what always has to be a priority. We're fortunate because we have a staff, we're fully staffed. So really the enhanced things, right? The outreach, the education is the fun stuff, right? There's just some barriers in place right now to doing some of that. And we're hoping, as you do, that those are going to be reduced, or we're going to have to be more creative. I mean, we can be, we'll have to figure it out. So thank you for your question. Thank you for your support. And I appreciate the fact that you are voting absentee. I am voting absentee as much as I like to vote in person. And I'm in that building where there's early voting periodically. So I understand. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that. I will continue to do whatever I can to encourage people to do absentee voting, and please let us know how else we can support you in finding those creative ways moving forward. That's it. That's all I had. I just wanted to say thank you. Oh no, one more thing. I think on the other side of voting are incredible poll workers, right? People who are working, who volunteer their time, who love doing that. Christine, are we, in terms of folks at the city, at City Hall, are we allowing, who normally does that? Are they city employees, or are they members of our community who are volunteering to do those jobs? And if it's city employees, are we allowing people to say, I really don't want to, right? Because I'm in a specific age group or whatever, for people who are city employees to opt out if they feel unsafe?
So the poll officials or election officials that we hire are specifically connected to Doñana County since we administer the election. Often, I think, and historically, City of Las Cruces, when they have administered elections, have had people who have worked there then worked with us, and there's been kind of a crossover. But since we're now leading the helm, so to speak, on elections, we have taken that piece and done the hiring within our own process. So thank you.
Gotcha. Yes, thank you for clarifying that. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Abate Stuvi.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Lopez-Askins, and thank you, Lindsay, as well, for everything and for the presentation. I'm so impressed with all the ways that you've been able to adapt to this new situation. Kind of a follow-up with Councillor Bencomo's comments on our poll workers. Do we have any plans, and even here at the city, to encourage or do any sort of preemptive testing, COVID testing for the poll workers afterwards, even like doing any sort of check-in just to see if anything might have occurred?
That has not been something that we have put on the table at this time.
Okay, and that's perhaps something that we can work with our different departments to make sure that even since we're going to have a site here at the city, if we can do some sort of follow-up with those poll workers, and if anything, at least encourage them can be encouraged to get tested if they're feeling symptoms or anything like that.
Thank you. And I am particularly sensitive to the poll officials and people who participated in Wisconsin. Many of you, like me, sat there that night just extremely distressed about what we were watching in Wisconsin. And so the decisions we made all really that continue to resonate as we move forward in making decisions. We know, at least as of last week, I believe, and Lindsay tends to follow this a little more closely than I did, but there was 56 people that had been infected in Wisconsin. And so, you know, there's been poll officials that have died in New York. So, you know, there was a headline the other day that says, and you all know this, I'm worried. You know, that was like, I had this whole conversation and what came out was I'm worried. But I think being worried is an important thing to be, because it keeps us vigilant and it keeps us making decisions that are best for not just our community, but also our poll officials and my staff, who day in, day out make sacrifices because they want to have an excellent election for Doña Ana County. So I echo what you say, and anything we can do to support individuals that continue to prop us up, I'm all for.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, so I have a couple questions to ask of, well, to clarify something from the county clerk and then one question for the city clerk. So Amanda, did you say that there was not going to be a requirement for mask for either people coming in to vote? It's just, you're going to strongly encourage it?
Correct.
Okay.
We are asking individuals with signage that we have available out front before they walk in the building, asking them to utilize a mask when they walk in and they check in, so we can confirm that they are a voter, because again, our building is closed to the public. We confirm that they are there to vote, and along being with very welcoming, we also offer them a mask if they are not utilizing one. At that point, you know, we are hopeful that they will get on board and maximize their safety as well as those around them.
Sure.
But it's not mandatory.
Okay, and when does early voting start? I mean, they'll be able to go there to the clerk's office to do early voting?
Right. So, you know, we use the language early, and then we talk about early starting next week. There's actually 3 phases. I talk about early voting, which is, again, statute driven, is at the clerk's office, and that started this past Tuesday, right? So May 5th. Alternate early, right, is when we expand across the county, and that starts May 16th, and the hours are a little bit different. They go Tuesday through Saturday, 11 to 7. So that's, of course, to give Saturday access as well as after hours access to individuals who may not be able to access it during the day. So it's early, and then it's early alternate, and then it's election day. So I kind of talk about it in 3 phases. So we've finished phase 1. We're heading into phase 2 on May 16th.
Okay, so this is going to be primarily for our city clerk and then also my colleagues on the council. So today's the 8th. So that means in 8 more days, people are going to be voting early in the city. And probably the only way we could do this is through an ordinance if we were to require a mask at City Hall. Now, what you guys do at Government Center, you know, is different, but I need to ask our city attorney, one, is that something that we can do, require that voters who come to City Hall, who come to do early voting or on election day must be wearing a mask? So that would be one question, Jennifer. And then if so, since we're so 8 days, this doesn't give us enough time to do an actual ordinance, if that might be something there that I do the emergency ordinance and have that done to require that if you're going to vote at City Hall, you have to wear a mask. So those are the 2 questions I have for our city attorney, Jennifer Leger-Brown.
Yes, Mayor and Council.
Yes, you can require masks at City Hall or for any in-person voting via your emergency proclamation. Of course, that is valid for 3 to 7 days and it has to be renewed by the entire City Council. It could be specific to in-person voting and based on the dangers that we've seen in other states.
Yeah, I didn't know that many people died in Wisconsin. I pulled it up on my iPad and it had like 19, but if you're talking 58, I mean, the danger is just so great. And there's going to, and I think if we give an alternative to voters and they say, well, I can go to City Hall and know that everyone there is going to be wearing a mask, so I feel more comfortable. And then those who feel like they don't want to wear a mask and they're willing to take the risk, well, then I guess they go to the county. So
If I may, Mayor, I apologize. A couple of things. If I said this, I apologize. I think I said I knew that 56 people were diagnosed with COVID after Wisconsin, not connected to death. And I would put this out there. Ultimately, you all move forward. I would be very thoughtful about layers we put that deny a person a fundamental right to vote. The implications of that and the ripple effects of that could be problematic, and I would definitely circle back to your attorney and address that appropriately. But I have difficulty requiring something at a location in which, again, a constitutional right of a citizen of this country, and saying that they cannot enter a location that they've chosen to vote at. So I would encourage you to consider that. Thank you.
Sure, no, I appreciate that. But as long as the county government center will be open, I mean, we're not necessarily denying them the vote, just telling them, you got to wear a mask. We'll have some available if you don't want to wear one, then just go to the county and go vote over there. I don't know. Council may nix that idea. I just want to put that out there. So
certainly, Mr. Mayor, I just want to emphasize, certainly when we choose voting locations, part of that statutorily, and Jennifer, if you would like us to send you statutes related to polling locations, we can do that. But part of the requirement, and part of even when we considered consolidation, right, is this idea that there has to be accessibility factored into the decisions that we make. And what that looks like and why, like, there's such a national conversation about moving polling locations and consolidating polling locations and how that can disenfranchise people inadvertently. That's why there's so much fervor about that, right? Because it does, certainly City Hall arguably could be more accessible to people who are living in Las Cruces than the Government Center on Motel Boulevard. So some of the things that are guiding those laws are to protect things like that, where there's strategic voter disenfranchisement in a geographic location. And I think with the 21 locations, especially for Election Day, and I don't know if Amanda mentioned this, but legally we could have gone down to 17, but geographically, when we looked at the county at large, it didn't make sense to consolidate like Chaparral to Las Cruces or Sunland Park to Las Cruces, right? Because of accessibility. So these are incredible times, and we are making every precaution available to voters during their time in the polling location. And we haven't really had a voter refuse to go into the voting room without a mask. So we've had 2 people who came in without masks. They said, do I have to do this? And the line that we're kind of telling people who are helping us with that process is we're encouraging everyone, and they just put them on. They're little ear loop masks. They can throw them away on the way out. But a lot of folks are showing up with their own like pre-made kind of stuff. So just some information to help guide the council in its decisions in regards to.
No, I appreciate that. So let me have a couple council members that are wanting to speak. So let's just see what they have to say. Councilor Flores and then Councilor Ford. Councilor Flores.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I totally agree with what Dr. Lopez-Askins has said, and also with Ms. Bachman, that your proposal, I think, would disenfranchise some people. And I don't in any way want the city to appear to be in violation of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, Section 2. Where that's how a lot of people have been disenfranchised by putting on these sort of limitations as to how you can vote. It's almost like a poll tax equivalent to or akin to a poll tax. So I think I've shared this with you all before. I think the reason my mom just loved to go in and vote is because when she began to vote, well, she could have voted any time because she was a U.S. citizen, but didn't know it until she married my dad. But I remember it was back in the 50s, and she had to pay 15 cents to vote. So there was a poll tax imposed on, that part of Los Angeles County. I don't know if it was, in Newport Beach and Orange County, but it was certainly where we lived. But at any rate, any appearance of disenfranchisement or potential disenfranchisement, I am totally against. So I will just preliminarily say that I would nix your idea with all due respect, Mr. Mayor. And I think that we don't want to tread into those dangerous waters. I know that there are a lot of people in District 1 who love going to City Hall to vote, and they can walk. So and going to the county to vote, or an area, somewhere else, so I would heed I would heed the warnings of Dr. Lopez and Ms. Bachman. And thank you, Mr.
So Counselor, granted, I'm sure there's going to be some residents who, they take oxygen or whatever, and then maybe they can't wear a mask. And I'm sure that's that's an exception. But if they can wear a mask and they just don't want to wear it because they just don't want to wear it, I don't think that's a good enough reason. And to protect our employees from catching something unbeknownst just because someone doesn't want to wear it, then go to the county. Go over there. But
Mr. Mayor,
that's okay.
Mr. Mayor, with all due respect, I respectfully totally, very strongly disagree with what you've said. I think that say, oh yeah, just go to the county. Well, who's going to walk down to the county?
Well, they should go.
And then take the bus. Take the bus, but they're going to get more germs.
No, just wear a mask.
Anyway.
Just wear a mask. You want to vote, wear a mask. Okay, Councilor Sword.
No.
Councilor Sword.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would have to agree with those that are talking about the danger of disenfranchising voters. We can't possibly go there and possibly do that. In my mind, if a person is going to vote, they're better educated, they're better informed than the average person or those person that don't vote. And they'll know that what's going on, that we have a coronavirus and that there is this chance of spreading it. I doubt, who was it, Amanda Lopez that said that or was it Lindsay that said that a couple people did show up and did wear the masks. So everybody else is wearing masks anyway. So I don't think we have to go that far in City Hall. It's pretty important that people vote. I'll just simply put it that way. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah. I thought I saw Councilor Abeyta Stuvey's hand, but maybe not. Did you, Councilor Abeyta Stuvey, did you want to chime in on something?
I had it up at the very beginning, but not right now.
Oh, okay. Okay, then Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I do want to say that I don't necessarily disagree with you. I feel angry at the Supreme Court for putting all of us in this position. I feel frustrated that many people aren't taking this pandemic seriously. I hear you. I get why your gut is telling you we should do this. And I also, I get it, and I also understand how difficult it would be for a poll worker who loves doing that to tell someone they couldn't come in. That would be a terrible thing to tell someone who's coming in, who's saying, you know what, I don't want to wear a mask, to tell them to turn around. I think that would be incredibly difficult. I also want to push back against the idea that people who vote in primaries are better educated than other folks. I think the primary system in New Mexico is deeply flawed. I think that it leaves people out. I think that it's outdated. So I want us to be careful in the way we talk about voters.
No, I didn't say that.
I know you didn't.
Oh, okay.
Someone else did.
You misunderstood me, Joanna.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we talk about people with respect in terms of voting and who has access to the ballot box, who has access to information. I think I wanted to make sure I pointed that out because it struck a chord with me. But Mayor, I get you. I get where you're coming from. I also just think it would be really difficult for us to tell someone to not be able to come in. I also think, if we're going to spend resources.
We'll just have a sign that says you can't come in if you're not wearing a mask. So we're not gonna, I think just read it.
I
I'm
also
just
want to
kidding.
make sure that we provide masks, right? I think
Right.
regardless of what this council decides on that, Mayor, that we make sure that we have masks for people.
Okay. Councillor Abeta Stuvey?
Yes.
Okay.
Out of curiosity then, since we do have a duty to protect our staff and our building is utilized for other purposes, beyond just the voting and everything, is there a way then if somebody doesn't want to wear a mask to be able to do their voting from the outside of the building then and still be legal, or does it have to all be in the same place?
Councillor Stuvey, so that would not be something that we could do because our polling locations are very, we're strategic. They're set up beforehand. We do a layout. There's a lot of things that go into how we arrange our polling location. What I'm hopeful of, and I appreciate the mayor's concern for his employees because I share that concern about our employees. What I hope that we have created at all these polling locations is there to be almost no route of contagion. I cannot guarantee that. I've said that many times. However, we have maximized our ability to keep somebody safe. So if somebody came in that had COVID and chose not to wear a mask, that's pretty much the nightmare scenario, right, that we're talking about. There would be met with layers of control that we have over protecting individuals. So I don't want to minimize your concern because I wear a mask. Everybody in my family wears a mask. It's distressing when some of the recommendations are not adhered to. So that is why we're taking as many precautions as we are.
And then is it the county's responsibility or the city's to provide the resources for disinfecting afterwards?
You're on mute, Amanda.
So we are wiping down and disinfecting everything we bring into a location. All of the hope is then that the community partner that we're working with at their site is, cleaned by the normally who would do that.
Okay, so then when it's time for everything you're packing up, you're going, then you do one last clean before you leave then, or is that the responsibility of the city?
So again, anything that we bring in, so our tabulators, everything that we, are.
But not doors, handles, since you're going to be in our lobby now and there's a lot of zones, will you be disinfecting all that area or will that still be the responsibility of the city?
That's a great question. I think because we have been in the county building the last 4 or 5 days, that is something that's been a given, right? It's a county responsibility, but I think that's something that we should plan for and address, right? So I know, for example, we had a meeting just like this with another one of our community partners yesterday, and they were going to have janitorial staff on site that were going to continue to clean the bathrooms, clean all of the things you just mentioned, as well as the floors. So, I think we should continue to talk about it and any support that the city can give us, because the poll officials will still be running an election, right? They will still be working. So the support from the city would be appreciated, of course.
So you'll see my concern with if we are not allowed to, as the city, to require the masks. I know, we don't want to have that voter disenfranchisement, but we also use that facility for other things. Even, utilities is right next to it. We have a lot of staff. If we're going to do that and we're not going to allow the mask, then we have to have a different, we have to be really, really
Vigilant.
and vigilant on that cleanup. And since resources are, limited for all places, is that, are we as a city going to be now utilizing those extra resources for this event as well? Have we asked for state for help? Is the state department going to provide some of those resources then?
If I can jump in real quick, I think David Maestas had a quick question, and it might be when you were talking about disinfecting. So David, did you want to jump in?
Yes, Mayor, thank you very much. And Councilor Abicta-Stubbe, we have staff that's already taking care of the disinfecting of the building in specific locations on a daily basis, and in some cases, even more often than that, depending on the occupancy and the use of those areas. So I know our county counterparts, we're talking about typically it's their responsibility in their building, but we're already covering that. So I don't have a problem with us taking care of before they're there. We're going to have it disinfected to include door handles and the area itself. And then once they leave, we will definitely come through with an additional disinfectant. And then since we're doing it throughout the day, we'll also have opportunities with that as well. Now that part, we will have to work with them and collaborate on when the times would be for us to get in there and do disinfecting during the voting. But we definitely have it covered before and after. Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Mr. Mayor, if I may add.
David Dahlhan?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, councilors, and county staff, I will add, I would encourage us to have a meeting between county staff, the city clerk's staff, and our facility staff. Since we're using the lobby of City Hall, there are certain things that we can do to reduce the number of touches to our building. Prime example is when this whole thing started is we ordered doorways to be propped open. And then we also placed trash cans immediately outside the restrooms. So and based on the vestibule at City Hall, we could open one door on one side. We could prop another door open on both sides. People may have to make a little circuitous route, but I would encourage us to do that. So that way people aren't having to touch door handles first and foremost. And it also cuts down on the wind and the debris coming in the building because we never know how the weather's going to treat us. So you can do that from both sides of the lobby, from either entrance. So I would encourage us to have a meeting with Dr. Lopez Askin's staff, Christine's staff, and our staff in Public Works that are responsible for facilities. So we can work out those logistics, and our custodian staff can address the cleanliness and the prep for the building as we open it up, so we can encourage that minimalization of touching things. So, thank you.
I think that's a great idea, and we're more than happy to meet to maximize what we can do to reduce any kind of contact. I know that the Secretary of State's they've provided us with much PPE, and in that has been literally like the hazard tape that really designates area and routes for people. So there's not a lot of, wiggle room within that for there to be wandering, or I know locking doors, having in and out really specifically designated is also helpful. So route people how we want them to create a space in which they're using that route. And so any outliers are rare.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a comment?
I do, Mayor. I just wanted to remind us that during the pandemic, we have free transportation, but it's been very specific for folks, right, to get to work or to their doctor's appointments and whatnot. And I want to remind that this would be a time to open that up to say for voting purposes as well for those folks, although we want people to do absentee ballot, but I just want to remind staff that sort of the narrative has been, it's been very essential, right? And so if you need that assistance to vote, it's there and it's free. And so I want to continue to remind folks that publicly. Thanks, Mayor.
And Mayor Pro Tem, I want to just note that they've been handing out masks on the buses as well.
Yeah, I know. They've been so good. We just very blessed and grateful for the leadership. I'm thrilled with how we've handled this. The other thing is that I like that idea of, I don't know where the tables are going to be set up in the lobby and whatnot, but people have a tendency, right, to walk around. We have a very beautiful space, and we have all kinds of brochures and different things out in the counters and such. And I think either we bring them out so people can easily look through and get, or I don't know, but a lot of those brochures are helpful things that the city's doing. And I think I think we need to really think about partitioning off and using the tape and such so that people don't get, around those areas where they're touching a lot of different things. I mean, I don't know, and I'll leave it up to you and facilities to deal with that, but I am a little bit concerned, and I'm not saying remove all those brochures and don't have them available for people. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just like reducing the number of touches that people will encounter as they're navigating through that open space. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm going to ask our city attorney something, but let me just tell you, and I appreciate your comments, both Dr. Askins and Lindsay and my colleagues. And, I weigh what you have to say very seriously, but I read about Wisconsin, and I remember when I first read it, I thought, oh my goodness, they catch it just going to do their constitutional right to catch CD19. And you think, and I saw some of the lines, some people had masks, some didn't. And so this isn't about disenfranchise. This is safety to the public that are waiting in line, safety to our employees who are working the polls. So, so Jennifer, let me ask you this. So I think I heard early voting starts on the 15th. Can I prepare or have a emergency proclamation prepared effective on the 15th? Because it's good for 3 days. Set it up for renewal on the 18th or 17th, 18th, I'm sorry. And if council decides to renew it, which I hope they do, or they can choose not to, and then it expires that night on the 18th, and then on the 19th, it's normal. Is that something that I'm playing out the scenario right, or am I incorrect about that?
Mayor and council, yes, you can do that. The only requirement is our 72-hour notice for Open Meetings Act for the renewal. So we can work around any timeline as long as it fits within that 72 hours. I'd also like to point out, as you just said, it's not just poll workers. We closed City Hall to protect our current city employees. We have current city employees who are deemed essential. Many people still coming in every day. So we would have to also adjust our current city employees who have been deemed essential and who are coming in every day.
I'll take the blame. I'll take the wrath if they feel they're being disenfranchised. I have to put the public's health first and our city employees as well. And if the council chooses not to renew it the next round, well, okay. But hopefully it'll work out fine. And people say, yeah, this works out fine and good. But I'm sorry, but that'll be the first proclamation that I plan on doing. And if you can get that ready, I'm glad we have this open forum so that you can hear from me why I'm doing it. We're going to do it. Sorry, county clerk and deputy clerk. I just have to. Okay. All right. Well, was there anything else that we need to discuss before we go on to the next one? Councilor Flotis. Uh-oh. Yes, Councilor Flotis.
Oh, is right. Mr. Mayor Miyagishima, I usually agree with, I think, 99% of everything you've proposed. But the city attorney is saying that it's okay to do it. It's an emergency measure, but I think that if we do this, it's going to set a very bad precedent for other cities in New Mexico, perhaps the United States. And I think that the ACLU is going to jump in. And I don't know, maybe not, but I'm just saying that there are voting right groups that protect the right to vote. And there's been case law after case law. And I mean, if this case was to go to the Supreme Court today, you would win. And not to politicize anything, but you would win just because of the makeup of the U.S. Supreme Court, because this is a U.S. constitutional issue. I just think we're treading in dangerous waters, and I feel very strongly about protecting people's civil rights, especially the voting rights. And I don't in any way want to be associated with this kind of measure, with all due respect. And I understand your sentiments. I understand that everybody's health comes first. But disenfranchisement or just touching on it, as this does, is reprehensible to me, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Flores. I appreciate your comments. Unfortunately, I still want to move forward with this. So, yes, Dr. Askin, Lopez Askin, Amanda.
So I would, thank you, Mayor, and I would reiterate, out of 333 voters this week, we have 2 people that came without masks, and they both agreed to wear them. So I would really hate for this to be something that takes on a life of its own, and then pits people against people, when we're literally all wanting to do what we can to protect each other. So I would also consider how few people are coming to voting location at this time that are not utilizing masks or not complying with it. We've had 0. Everyone has been very agreeable, especially when we've had them available. So I would also, and I would encourage your city attorney to maybe connect with the Secretary of State's attorney as well, because there may be other things that I'm not aware of connected to polling location and putting restrictions on a polling location that are problematic and should be addressed. Thank you.
No, that's a good point. I'm sure Jennifer can check that out. If there's something that comes up, well then, if you don't see it happen on the 15th, then you'll know why it didn't come up. But I think we just have to err on the side of safety to the public and our employees. I just don't see where it's being disenfranchised. If you want to go vote at the county or do absentee. Now, granted, if you can't wear a mask, okay, I'm sure there's an exception. I'm sure there are exceptions in there that we can come up with. But yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much for your comment. Mayor Pro Tem Gondara, you have a question, or did you forget to put your hand up?
No, I very much appreciate your sentiment, your concerns. Safety is paramount to me. I just want to relay that there are so many people that don't have access. I understand. I am deeply concerned about the safety of our staff, especially. And I'm wondering if, when are we due to open on the 18th? 16th? 16th. So we have a little bit of time. I'm wondering if facilities can meet with Christine and Amanda and just come up with a great floor plan in terms of ensuring that we see the distancing from the outside in case there is a line, just really limiting and ensuring that we're managing those things before emergency proclamation is being put together as it relates to the face coverings. I feel like I'm sure there's a lot of data out there, but what I hear is when there's people coming and then there's either a line or that kind of provision that it does disenfranchise a voter, because not very many people will jump in a car or take that extra step to get to the county because they don't have that kind of measure in place. And so I just want to continue to remind you that there are just so many people that are walking from my area. I would agree. District 1, people love to come there, especially the library. And since we've pushed over, we've moved that to City Hall, it just makes it very, very difficult for folks. And I don't want it to be difficult. I want people to exercise their vote. And I think this is, if you hear the stats there, the 300 people where 2 individuals didn't show up and then they agreed to do it. Oh, and by the way, they've been educated. I don't know why they didn't come. Maybe they didn't have access to that or understood the importance of it. And I think before doing something like that, there needs to be a whole campaign of educating people in lots of different ways about that. And I just don't think we have the time. Yeah. So that's my feedback on this, Mayor.
Sure. I have a quick question of either David, my assistant, or Donna. Munson Center is closed, correct?
Mayor, this is David Massas. Yes, it is closed. We don't have the Congress meals or activities going on. However, we are dispersing meals from the parking lot in a drive-through fashion, like several of the restaurants are.
So to Amanda, so what if hypothetically the city has another alternate location? Munson isn't far from City Hall. That one there, no face mask requirement. That way, the city has 2 places to vote, and they're not too far apart. But I really believe we need to have City Hall because this pretty much goes in line with what it is that I was going to propose, anyways, in our discussions later on in face coverings. Was that all city buildings will require a face mask unless you have an exception. So, anyways, I mean, I'm just talking early, but could we have another location? And do you have workers that could man that place at Munson if we were to open it up?
This kind of circles back to what I said earlier. The great thing about my job is that it's statutorily driven, but that also leads to some of the challenges. At this point in time, it would be very, very difficult to add a polling location that has, we did that, and it happens every other year. It goes through resolution through our BOCC. It's approved by the Secretary of State. Not only but the vendor, but the Secretary of State would have to approve that change. The site would have to be inspected. We have to make sure ADA compliance. There's so many layers that are involved in selecting, approving, and working through a polling location that at this time it is not possible. It's too late.
Even though it's been used for elections for, I don't know, forever. And I'm sure I could probably get the Secretary of State. She doesn't have to get approval from like a board. She could just sign it. I mean, if need be, I could, I'm sure you know her too, but I mean, I think that if we get that done, and then maybe it doesn't have to be done by the 16th, maybe be done the following week. I don't know, but it just seems odd that we can't get a polling place that has been like that forever approved when it's already been approved for subsequent times. Okay, I just wanted to ask about that.
And Mr. Mayor, I just want to say, like, I totally appreciate your concern that you have for your community. And I think that there are leaders, unfortunately, throughout our state, throughout our country, who are not approaching their leadership with those concerns at the forefront. So I totally appreciate that perspective. To clarify, part of the technical reasons is that we are required to certify and lock our election quite a bit of time in advance of when polling locations open, and machine certification takes place. That takes hours, and each one of those machines is assigned to a specific site. Those results sort of metrics are set up with the vendor. So there's a lot that goes into each location, which is why we're past the deadline in which the secretary could do that with reasonable, within reason. There's no way to really correct all of that on the back end. But again, I just wanted to express before we conclude this topic of discussion that I do totally appreciate that you're trying to do what you think is best for your community. And we will be happy to work with Jennifer on any questions that she has about the election.
Yeah, let me just, before we go to the next item, I'm trying to think of an example. Let's say you take a person who's never voted absentee before, who's always voted in person, but is maybe has an underlying health condition, and realizes, you know what, they're going to vote absentee. The time period has passed to get a ballot. They decide to go to election day or go early voting, and they see a line and they see people, half of them with masks, half of them without. And they say, oh my goodness, I really want to vote, but I don't want to risk this. This is the first time I'm not going to vote in years. Who's been disenfranchised now? So anyways, thank you. We're going to go, I appreciate all your information. We're going to go ahead and go to item number 2. And thank you, Lindsay and Amanda, for all that you do. You guys run a great ship, and thank you for your comments and your presentation.
Mayor, Council, thank you for having us today, and we look forward to working through this for sure.
Yeah,
thank you.
Okay, item number 2 is going to be the parks proposed reopen, and our Director of Parks and Rec, Sonia Delgado, will be presenting.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Sonia Delgado, Parks and Recreation Director. I believe David Alhan was going to share the screen for me.
It should be coming up. I thought
It doesn't have a full screen on there.
How's that?
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Let me see, can I go to the next screen? David, can you go to the next screen, please? I wanted to discuss some of the safe practices and remind us of all the things that we have been doing here in Las Cruces to keep our numbers low. And I think there's a few reasons why we've been able to do that. And as a member of this community, I'm much appreciative, as I'm sure so are many others. We have restricted mass gatherings, concerts, events, social gatherings. We're trying to maintain a 6-foot distance from each other when we're out and about. And we're trying to avoid gathering in groups of 5 or more. And as you know, all our parks are closed at the moment. Some of the facilities have been utilized by individuals, even though they have been closed. For example, some of the trails. And we've had there has been opportunities where we have seen groups gather, groups of runners get together and give each other high fives to get started. They run, they're not keeping that 6-foot distance. We have biking groups that do the same. We've had some issues with some ATVs on some of our trails. They have removed some of our bollards as well. And we know we have seen an increase of people out on the trails. And we also have some great weather and everybody's home and stuck at home. And I understand that. And that has been difficult to continue these safe practices. David, next slide, please. Again, Las Cruces is strong, and I did take that from our neighboring city. However, I wanted to remind everyone that because of the things that we did in the very beginning, I think has a huge correlation as to why our numbers have been so low. We closed down all our public areas. I know that was difficult. We were worried about that. And I mean by Parks and Recreation. We have a lot of visitors from outside of Las Cruces that come into our facilities. As soon as it starts getting warm, our parks are utilized a lot, our splash pad, our swimming pools, our rec centers. I don't know why they like coming here. I'm going to say it's because we give a great experience and they enjoy the customer service. And of course, the facilities are very well maintained. And we were really worried when we noticed that other places were closing down and we weren't quite there. But once we did it, that really did help. We've also canceled all our rentals and our programs. And the reason for that is because those create opportunities for families, groups, friends, etc., to get together in groups to enjoy those activities. And unfortunately, Parks and Rec's responsibility and the service that we provide is to provide these opportunities and activities for individuals to come together. Next slide, please. Our recommendations coming from the CDC with regard specifically to Parks and Rec, the use of signage. We have had signage out in the facilities saying that they are closed. However, if we do need to open some of them, having signage to remind them to stay 6 feet apart, to make sure they continue to wash their hands, use face coverings, etc. They'd also encourage us to monitor areas where people gather. Now, this is where we would need a lot of assistance from our Las Cruces Police Department and our security guards. And if you're aware, or if you remember, we had during Easter, which is one of the weekends that we have quite a few individuals at our facilities, we had to barricade and block some of those parks. We needed to put security guards on there to assist us so people wouldn't gather. And also LCPD put together a group of officers that their job the entire weekend was to monitor and assist us with our parks. We would have to do that again. We would need to postpone or cancel activities, and not only so we can discourage groups from getting together, but we don't want groups from different households to be in close proximity of one another. Next slide, please. So what we did was, after we started, we're listening to the governor's recommendations and moving forward and trying to follow her plan. We created this, the green phase, so to speak, and it's estimated open mid-May. And the ones that we chose for Parks and Rec would be the trails, mostly because most of the individuals are out there now, but we could put additional signage out there encouraging the 6 foot distance and hoping that Las Cruces will assist us with that and help police one another. Our shooting range, we would open that up, but it would have specific times and days, and we will work with the shooting range community and the groups that go out there to put that schedule together. Also, the RC airport, the RC track. Next slide, please. And we also want to include tennis, but at Lions Park only, and pickleball at Aparaca only. And we wanted to choose these places, but we were going to have some restrictions. We would use every other court. We would have dedicated times for people to come in. So we would open and close those facilities. And we would encourage single play only, so we would not have doubles. Next slide, please. In our yellow phase, depending on how New Mexico continues to do and Las Cruces, we would start opening up neighborhood parks, and we would do 1 per district until we got them all opened. This is an example of some of the parks that we would open in the respective districts, and we have 1 through 6 listed. It does not necessarily mean those would be the ones we would choose, but that is an example of what we could do. What we want to do is make sure that we spread them out throughout the city. Next slide, please. The groups of areas that will remain closed, and the reason for this red phase, if you will, is because these areas really do promote activities and areas where groups come together to participate in these types of activities. So we have our sports fields, our dog park, our regional parks, our outdoor basketball, outdoor fitness gym, our skate park and BMX track, park rentals, of course, handball courts, and our playgrounds. We hope to have these open later in the summer, but at this point in time, we'll have to wait and see. Next slide, please. With regards to safety, it's really, really important for us. We do have park team members that are out there. Right now, we're only operating with our full-time staff. We do not have any temp services on at all. We have approximately 53 full-time staff that are out and about currently trying to maintain some of our areas and taking care of the high volume that has been coming in with regards to litter, doggy bags, etc. We have face coverings and gloves, hand sanitizer, disinfectant wipes, not only at the shop itself, but inside vehicles. 2 individuals per vehicle. That has been a little change also because we used to have crew cabs and crews of people that would go out together. We've had to stagger some shifts and trying to figure out how to get people to places, maintaining their 6 foot distance when they are working together. And we also ask, of course, the CDC questions. And at this point in time, we've been discussing about having temperature readings, but we have not had a final on that one as well. Next slide, please. Our next step to moving forward, we'll begin mobilizing the rest of our team members. We'll need to start bringing back our temps online. We need their assistance. We have approximately 25 that assist our regular full-time employees. We will safety check all areas to be reopened. We will also make sure we have the proper signage. We're currently working on that wording now. And for the specialty areas, as soon as this is over, we are starting to make outreach to those specialty groups so we can talk about the days and times that will be open and how we will go through that process. We're also looking at having a city staff, one of our team members, to be on site to make sure that we rotate correctly and that we do not have doubles play, et cetera, and to make sure that we keep those distances. We will continue to follow the governor's orders, and as we've watched every single call that has come out and then trying to adjust our programs and activities as we move forward. And with that, I'll stand for any questions or comments. Thank you, David.
Thank you. Councillor Sorg, Vasquez, Beta Stuvie, and Gondara. Councillor Sorg.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I need to get to another window here. And all I see are you all. I cannot figure out, oh, here it is. I think this will do it. Nope, this is not, okay, now I finally got it. Yeah, I was wondering if at any time, but you know, if any other time, if there were 2 or 3 people walking through a park, talking in a park, sitting in a park, or a family of 4 that were all in one family, walking through a park, around a park, through a park, and in a park, will the police department or codes chase them out now? And will they continue to do it if they are now?
Mayor, Councillor Sorg. Well, right now we can only have groups of 5 or less. So I can't speak for Chief Gallagher, and I don't know if he's on the line. However, right now the playgrounds, the tables, and our parks are closed. So I believe if they were in a park, they would probably ask them to leave, but I am not certain.
Chief Gallagher is on the meeting. Let me reach out to him. Chief, did you have something you'd like to say?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just in answer to Councilor Sorg's question, because the parks are closed, people in the parks are subject to citation and or arrest for trespassing on city property, in addition to the violation of the mayor's emergency declaration if they're violating social distancing rules. To date, we have taken no enforcement action of that kind against anyone in the parks. We've requested voluntary compliance and we've been getting it.
Thanks, Chief.
Okay. I would like to see us suggest that a situation like that could be allowed. And if not now, in the near future. And then I had another question for Director Delgado. You mentioned there was some groups that were located in parks over Easter. Just how extensive was that? Can you get a rough idea how many groups you've noticed there?
Mayor, Councillor Sorg, are you asking how many people we saw over the Easter? People that were. Oh, I was making reference to usually Easter is one of our highly visited times for all our parks because of the Easter holiday. That's why we had them closed and barricaded.
So there was no groups or in the parks during Easter weekend?
I'm not sure. Chief Gallagher might be able to answer that question.
Okay.
Council Sorg, there was a few, but the placement of the closed park signs and the barrels closing off the parking lots definitely helped go a long way towards getting the message out that the parks were closed. So it was just a few people had to be asked to disperse.
Okay. A small number.
Very small.
Groups. And these would be groups of 5 or more, right?
Because the parks were closed, we were asking everyone to leave the parks, regardless of the number. It's 2 different issues, the public health order violation and the trespassing violation.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. And the reason I asked that is simply because we saw a little spike 1 to 2 weeks after Easter in the number of cases. And it could, because of lag time, might be a result of gatherings during the Easter weekend. But I guess that's a little too far to go to have any, make any sense of it or make any conclusions from that. So there again, I would say I would be in favor of what I was telling you. People of up to 3 people that, for whatever reason, are using the parks, maybe not in the playground equipment, kids, in other words, but families of 4 just using the park for a place to sit and talk and maybe be eating something. I don't know what you do in a park for sure. Some people would do, I'm sure. That would be something that we should work towards if we don't have it just now. And so that's what I have to say for now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sonia, so much for what I think is a really well thought out approach to reopening our parks. I think this is exactly the level of planning that we should be doing in all aspects of reopening up society or normalcy. So I appreciate the thought given to the different phases that you've listed there. I think reopening parks is really important, and I consider especially lots of our green spaces to be, honestly, they're public health facilities, right? A park is not just grass and a picnic table. It's a place where people can go and clear their mind, work on their mental health. Our running trails similarly are places where people can go exercise and take care of their physical health. There's a couple of places that I like to run in town that I have seen probably, I don't know, hundreds of new people exploring some of our city, some of our lesser known city trails, in particular, the wetlands, the restoration project behind the Army Corps Dam, runners from probably from folks in that neighborhood. But it is therapeutic, right, for many people. And so it's more than just recreation, I think, in this sense. Coming out of this, people are going to be hungry to continue to take care of their bodies and their mind. And so I support it. I think this is about public health more than it is about recreation. And so it might be worthy of continuing to keep closed, right? Because those are the touch points where people potentially have just a lot more risk in terms of picking something up. I think it's been proven in recent studies that being outside definitely poses a much lesser risk than being inside in terms of the way that the particles disperse when folks are close to each other. And so I think it's a safer route to be doing things outside. Of course, it's not completely safe, but it's a way for people to be able to effectively social distance, right, at that 6 feet guideline. Yeah, to make sure folks are doing that. But in terms of those places or those things that people might be touching, might be good to continue to I don't know, put a like not in order, not an operation sign or something like that until we reach the last phase of this particular plan that you put together. But thank you so much, Sonia. I think people really appreciate having some of their local parks opened up again. And in particular, those places where people can safely social distance, like the running trails or the bigger parks where there's lots of room to walk around, that we come up with a plan to open those up in the first phase. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. And your painting's nice, but the color paint of your wall, I'd like to get the name of it. That's a pretty cool looking color, like a gunmetal color. I like that.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Vasquez is great.
Okay, well, let me know if Sherwin-Williams carries it. Okay, Counselor Abeyta-Stube.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Delgado, for this thoughtful approach. I think it's really been difficult for a lot of people to stay in stores and no more than our children that haven't been able to socialize, to play, to let go. I feel very privileged. We have a backyard, but a lot of places and a lot of kids don't. They don't have that way to even get outside in that safe manner and just kind of do free play. If they're living in apartments that don't have any areas, if their parents are not able to take them on walks. So a lot of these kiddos now have been cooped up for a very long time, and their mental health is affected by that. The whole change has been affected. So I believe the sooner that we can safely open up our park systems, even if it's in a phased approach, but to do that would be very beneficial. You probably saw me, well, I was helping with homework just a minute ago, but also I was bringing up my map of my district. I noticed for my district, you had Mesilla Park at the Papin Center as a possible place. I think that is usually, it's a really great item, but I would also like to suggest perhaps the park right off of Espina and Farney that is up here. It's right next to a lot of apartments and kids with apartments. And those are the kids that haven't had access to those outdoor spaces quite as much. And that park isn't within walking distance for them. So it might be a nice centralized way to be able to bring in that open space. Plus, there's a really large open space there. So if it's something that we have to think of those phased approaches where we can leave the open space available, even if we have to at first cut off the playground equipment from being able to be used, it's something that could accommodate something like that. But I know it's been very, very hard for parents. I've gotten a lot of questions, calls, concerns over them being able to go outside with the kids, go to parks. It's been difficult for a lot of people. And so I noticed in your first phase, you did have pickleball and tennis as areas to be opened. Can you explain to me again the reasoning for those two items first, since those are more geared towards adults?
Mayor, Councilor Stube. So we picked those two for two different reasons. First, we wanted to see how we can put together some of these sports, how to start opening up some of these other specialty parks, and to see if we could help make sure and that we had the 6 foot distancing and that individuals could help us with that. The second thing was we wanted to see if we could put together schedules, specific days and times open, and see whether or not we could handle that as a staff, because we're going to have someone who goes over to help us police that, if you will. And so once we start working on that, then we could start looking at down the road as we get later into the summer, and we can start having more individuals together that takes into account our rec programs. How do we do this? How do we keep our 6 foot distancing? How do we allow individuals to still kind of interact with each other? Because children, as you know, they just take off running. They go and grab people and grab things and share things, which is great. But right now, that's not necessarily a good thing. And so that's why we chose tennis and pickleball. We want to see if we can make it work with these two specialty groups. It is enclosed. It does have a gate. We can control that access. And so it's somewhat of a test case. So we will see what happens next.
That's good to hear. I'm just going to strongly advocate whatever resources we need to do, thinking outside of the box. If it's, I know that they have like the spray type sanitizers. If we have to look at those types of things to sanitize playgrounds to open them up a little sooner, if that's a possibility. It may not be, but just trying to think at those ways. I think the mental health of our younger community is starting to suffer, and the longer that they're kept indoors, it's going to only expand for that. So I really do appreciate this thoughtful approach, and I'm just going to advocate to try to see what we can do to make sure we can get kids out and about as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Betastuvi. Let me just say this before I go to Mayor Pro Tem Gandara. So, I think about that and about how we could open parks, and the thing that always pops to my mind is the lawyers. We go in, disinfect it, then you have these kids play, someone gets sick, and then here we go, here go the lawsuits, and it's just like, we try to do things to open up to the public, and on one hand we're balancing activities and people being able to get out and enjoy that, and then you've got, all it takes is one person, next thing you know, we get sued. And then of course the city is self-insured. We don't have an insurance company, we are our own insurance company. So there's just so many different nuances that we have to balance all the time. But anyways, I appreciate your comments. Mayor Pro Tem Gandara and then Councilor Flores. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sonia and your staff. I appreciate the thoughtful plan and with phases. I know along with you, we've gotten several communications, emails, specifically from the pickleball community and others. And so I know that you're trying to do the best that you can under the circumstances, and to hear that there's a pilot, that it's looking like it's a pilot, I think is a good way to do it. I know that I heard you say that you've been viewing and hearing, listening in on the governor's messages and hearing specifically, what how and what Department of Health they're working towards, trying to look at different scenarios and whatnot. And I would agree with Councilor Betastuvi and Councilor Vasquez about mental health. I mean, that's really important, and kind of what I'm hearing throughout with my colleagues and different folks at different sectors of work. Is that people's mental health is people are really struggling. People are getting angry, there's angst, there's opposition, and fear. And it's really playing a number, not only with our adults, but I think with our children. And so being able to be thoughtful, but also using the data and the expertise of the Department of Health, I think is really important. So I wanted to ask, do you have anybody there at Department of Health that you're advising as you're moving through sort of determining what the phases are going to look like? I know there's all that communication and discussion at the state level. I'm not sure if that kind of thing is happening, or if you have access to it, and if not, I definitely feel like we need to have access, and that this is not only because we're getting these calls from these entities or the communities such as the tennis and pickleball and running and bicyclists and whatnot, that we're really ensuring that we have the public's best interest. It's not just one little group. It's like the health and well-being of everybody we have to consider. And I feel much more, I feel strongly that we need to be communicating with our partners at the Department of Health, who have epidemiologists and different folks on staff to be able to educate us on what the best steps are. So my question is, have you talked to anybody in the Department of Health as they are advising you in terms of what that might look like?
Oh, you know what, David Maestas just popped his hand up. If I may, Sonia. David, did you want to comment real quick?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, that is a great question, and that is something that we've been doing on a regular basis, especially through our coordination with our incident command and OEM, find out exactly what the Department of Health is doing and what their recommendations are for all of the opens, not just for parks, but any of the other areas that we're working on. For example, even discussions about the face coverings that you and council and mayor have talked about even earlier this morning. So we definitely want to make sure, and you'll notice in Ms. Delgado's presentation, the estimated times that she put in there for when we would have different areas open up at different times, those match the timelines, the general timelines that have been provided by the governor in her health order. So you are entirely correct. We want to make sure that we're working with them and we find out from them what they think based on their expertise. They are the health experts. Based on their expertise, what are the best ways for us to integrate our public and our constituents and our customers back into these services that we used to provide before the public health emergency closures. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Maestas. Sonia, did I see that the phase only includes Apalaca Park, but that area, the pickleball area, or are you opening it up, the green space, a little more for folks?
Mayor Pro Tem Gondra, on the first phase, we will be looking at the pickleball area just because it is an enclosure. We picked Apodaca Park as an example of one of the parks that could be opened in your district once we start moving in that manner. And if you look at that list, Apodaca Park is the biggest park. We are also concerned that once we open our parks, we are not going to be able to stop individuals from going to them. And that's what they're used for. However, we will have very large groups that will go. Now we'll have a lot of little groups that are there, but they're going to interact. And so that was part of the hesitation, knowing that we have to keep a limit of the amount of people gathering in a group. Once you add the park, kids are going to be running everywhere. They're going to play with each other, which again is a great thing. And please, understand, I too want to get out. I want to be out there. My team is chomping at the bit to be out there, and just like everyone else. But we also understand not only do we have a responsibility to provide the programs, but we have a responsibility to make sure that everyone is safe. We can't see this. Nobody knows. You don't know when you have it until it's too late. And so I certainly don't want to open up too soon and then cause an opportunity for lots of gathering to happen and then our numbers spike. I certainly don't want to do it because I definitely personally do not want to have to get locked down again. I am ready to be out and about just like many, many others are. And so with that being said, we're looking at this very cautiously. And I will say that our rec team is looking as they start increasing those numbers, and hopefully everyone does their due diligence to take care of themselves. But as we start increasing these numbers, they're trying to figure out how to put a plan together to start visiting parks, to put on activities, to bring those kids out that are within walking distance. And so they're in that process right now. And they're hoping that we all take care of ourselves so that those numbers can go up so we can come back outside and play.
Yeah. I very much appreciate that. I think the last time I looked, which was a couple of days ago, on our zip code 88001, we have 10 people who had been diagnosed with COVID. And so I think as you hear and you listen, we've plateaued and we need to do a couple of other measures to really get that, that we need to get it down. And so I'm hoping that, I guess I hear the same overall thing that we're speaking to OEM and the Department of Health. And I didn't get a clear answer. I want a clear answer. Did you give this plan to an epidemiologist here in the city to advise you and then agree or disagree with our plan? I think that's really important because as we open this up, it's just going to the snowball effect is going to happen, and we're going to have people coming and frequenting the parks, and it's going to be really hard to pull back. And so as a city, we have to do our part. And I've driven around and been a bit concerned about the number of folks. We've increased our miles, as you can tell. People, I think for the most part, people are trying to keep the contract between the governor and, or, as a citizen, protecting all of us. But there's a lot of people I'm seeing that aren't using face masks to protect themselves and others. And we need to do something to lower that curve. It has plateaued and stayed the same. And just yesterday, I think we had 17 cases, or day before. I hope I'm not saying this incorrectly, but there's a problem and we better address it. And I don't know that this is one of the ways to do that. And I want to make sure that we have immediate access to an epidemiologist that is telling us this is a decent enough plan to move forward or not.
Let me, if I may, Sonia, looks like David, my assist, wants to jump in real quick. David, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you again, Mayor, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I apologize that I did not point out specifically whether this plan has been given to an epidemiologist. As with many things that we bring to council, especially for this one, being that we're working on the timelines that were set forth by the public health emergency, we wanted council to see this plan first so that we can get your comments and your suggestions. As you can tell already, some of the comments we have modify some of the ideas that were in place. For example, a different park in one of the districts that was brought up previously by another counselor. So once we have your take on it and your input on what your concerns are, what your suggestions are, then yes, we still have to sit down with Department of Health and make sure that they are comfortable with that. You are exactly correct in that the numbers here recently are not where they were previously. Numbers have been coming in a little bit higher. 17 was the number that we saw yesterday. I do have the breakdown that Councilor Vasquez had asked for previously about being able to see where we have distancing concerns in certain areas of the city. And you can tell by looking at those, they have gotten better overall from when we started pre-public health emergency, but we are at a point now where we do have to make sure that anything that we do is not going to help increase those numbers. So in summary, you are correct. We need to get this to the Department of Health. We haven't done that yet because I wanted council input first, and then we can sit down and let them know this is what we're looking at, and they can help us to identify if there are any concerns.
Thank you, David. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do know, again, I empathize with our families, our parents with children. I just can't even imagine what is happening. And so in terms of allowing for our kids to have a place, right? Those that don't usually, that don't have a backyard, who are relying on those parks, right? So I just want you to have easy access as staff to an epidemiologist to help advise you when you make these plans, right? So that they come, and I know that you're using, whatever metrics and health standards that are available to us in a very sound plan, right? Considering the health and well-being of our community. So I appreciate all the work. I'm thinking that maybe we need to do, I know, Sonia, you have like a very lengthy email list of folks, the running club, the bicyclists, all those folks, maybe a letter communicating, some of the things that we're seeing and the concerns and how they can help us, right, to lower that curve even more. I think is important, because when you continue to see people out there not adhering, they're mass gathering, not adhering to using masks and or even to the 6 feet, that's really concerning to me. I know I just received an email from somebody that we're leaving it up to folks to use their face masks, and so. I just, and they're an older couple, and And so I just want us to be very thoughtful, mindful, using all the data made available to us. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you to staff.
Thank you, Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Sonia, for, as always, your very thorough presentation and the thoughtfulness. And thank you, Mr. Massis, for explaining why it hadn't gone to people, epidemiologists or whatever, for a review of the plan. I saw that in District 6, the anticipated plan to open would be Veterans Park, and I think that's in the green phase. Did I write that down correctly? Well, at any rate, yes, I think but Veterans Park, I think, is problematic. And so my question, well, let me just preface it by saying that the emails I've gotten from my district constituents and those who use Desert Trails to jog and to walk, they don't understand why that park was closed off, and the answer given to them was that it's just, parks are closed, period, and that's the way it is. So and Desert Trails Park, for those of you who aren't familiar with the park, doesn't have any benches. It really doesn't have anywhere to sit. It's just a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful series of paths that you can take. And if you walk it, and if you walk every trail, you could be there for, I'd say, a couple of hours. And it's not, I don't know how many miles it is. I don't know if it's really measured, but it's a wonderful place. Children like to also use the trails. There's no playground equipment or anything like that. So on the other hand, the problem I see with Veterans Park is that a lot of people start out at, what is it, Sagecrest Park? The little pocket park. It's a neighborhood park.
Yeah, Sagecrest Park.
Yeah, and then they start there, and then they go up along the dam or the foothill of the dam. Maybe some people go into the dam, and then they go all the way around. I mean, I've done that myself. And then you come up around, and you end up at the park, at Veterans Park, or you can start at Veterans Park and go down, the other way. The point, though, is that people would be going through or near the playground there at Sagecrest Park, and then people would also be out in that dam area. So I don't know if all that was taken into account. And then Veterans Park does have a lot of picnic tables, and families go there. There's a beautiful place where kids just play soccer they get the soccer ball and they start playing there. So I see those just logistical problems with that park. And I think I've only received one email about people, wondering why Veterans Park is closed. But I've received several concerning why Desert Trails is closed. So given that, Ms. Delgado, what is the rationale? For example, the rationale, and I'm glad that Mayor Pro Tem asked the question about Apodaca Park, is that which part of the park is open? Is it just pickleball? And you said, yes, pickleball tennis courts are open because you can restrict that. You can be 6 feet apart. And you offered the fact that when you have a playground, kids will just run everywhere, which is true. But yet that situation or that scenario would very easily apply at should Veterans Park open. So what was the rationale between opening Veterans Park and not opening up a trail like Desert Trails Community Park?
Mayor, Councilor Flores, good question. So the reason we put Veterans Park into the yellow phase as an option for a park to be open in District 6 is that the yellow phase.
Mayor, I'm
we're
sorry,
here.
I can't hear her, and it's kind of I don't know if there's someone can raise her volume or can't hear.
Or maybe there's someone with, can put their, something on mute, but there's some interference there, Sonia.
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, so the reason that we put Veterans Park into the yellow phase and not Desert Trails is because we were looking at starting to open up some green spaces within each district, which would allow groups to come in but keep themselves spaced out a little bit. At Desert Trails, as you explained, is a trail park. We have nothing but trails in there. There aren't any spaces for groups to gather, for a family to get together and just either sit and just enjoy the sun, read a book, etc. And so that's why, and we did talk about that. And that's why we chose Veterans Park. But again, as I mentioned on the slide during the presentation, those were just examples, some options. If you'd like for us to change it, we can certainly look at that. But that was our rationale for choosing Veterans Park over Desert Trails.
If I may, Mr. Mayor and Director Delgado.
Excuse me, Councilor Flores, David wanted to jump in real quick, David Maestas.
Oh, perdón.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilor Flores. Sonia, with respect to the openings, one of the earlier openings in general are going to be your trails, right? So with that being the case, Desert Trails, you're going to see that open anyway. So you would, in fact, you'd have two different openings that'll be taking place here shortly. The trails itself and Desert Trails, and then potentially the recommendation would have been Veterans Park, correct?
Mayor David, yes, but again, Desert Trails is a park, and so we have it, and it has a parking lot, you can drive there.
Sonia, we're getting that interference again.
Okay. How about now?
Okay.
I don't know where that's coming from, I'm sorry. The Desert Trails is a park. That's how it was created. It does have a parking lot where other trails are just a linear, they're not bunched up, but we can certainly look at that. We can add Desert Trails if you want to the opening with the other trails, but it does make it a little more difficult because it is a park.
Difficult, Director Delgado, difficult because of the designation only? Or is there something else controlling that or driving that?
Mayor?
Just because it's called a park, therefore it falls into...
Correct, because then I closed all the other parks. And the only thing I've opened up are things that are specifically called trails, not a trail park. They're just the trails. And so I thought to stay consistent across the board, all our neighborhood parks, all our other regional parks are going to be closed. And so we started moving into the yellow phase.
And was it designated a park to be consistent with the BLM? Is that why it's called a park?
Mayor, Councilor Flores, I'm going to say yes, but I am not certain. But ever since I've been in here, that designation is a park.
Councilor Flores, when we designated that park, that was one of the reasons why we got it from BLM, was to have it as a natural park. So I guess that the name stuck and city just kept it that way.
Yes, that's what I figured. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I figured, yeah, because we're obligated to keep that as a park, I suppose, based on that designation, based on the grant, the loan, whatever from BLM. Thank you. Thank you very much.
We have Councilor Beta Stuvey, and then Councilor Bencomo, and then Mayor Pro Tem again. Councilor Beta Stuvey?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is just for Sonia, just to let the public know that the restrictions that are still in place in Mother's Day, I know it's another day, much like Easter, where people want to go out and gather together in those spaces. So if Sonia, if you want to give out a message about that, that'd be helpful.
Mayor, Councilor Beitastuve, yes, you are correct. We are treating Mother's Day weekend very much like we did for Easter weekend. The parks are still closed. They still have the barricades. We do have security guards that will be out there, and LCPD will also be assisting with the monitoring of the parks.
Thank you. And as we open, I noticed Councilor Sorg, you keep mentioning families of 4. I myself am a family of 5, so there are very wide differences in family sizes when we get together and when we start to think about different types of restrictions that are still coincide with state, but it is very hard to leave a kid behind to tell them that they can't go someplace even though the rest of the family can. So I think, talking about what household units look like might be a good term to use later on instead of numbering that size. Like I said, that of course in mind with the state provisions, but when we start discussing things at the city level. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilor. Yeah, perhaps we can just say immediate family members that reside in the home and just leave it at that. Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Sonia. I too was very impressed with your plan. I thought it was really thoughtful. Honestly, I didn't have any questions. I thought it was really good. I think actually one of my biggest questions was going to be about Mother's Day. And then I saw a PIO was recently sent out about Mother's Day weekend being this weekend. And I know people are angry and frustrated and want to get outside and celebrate their moms. But, I want to encourage people to celebrate their moms in a different way this year. I love my mom. I want to have her around for a really long time. I love my grandma. I love, these incredible mother figures in my life that I want them around for a long time. And so I think this year the best way to celebrate our moms is by staying home, and not going to a public place. And, this discussion is really hard for me. I'm sitting here feeling a lot of anxiety. I feel like, making these decisions are not easy to make. I mean, they make me lose sleep. I very much hear and feel the frustration for people. And I just want to remind people that this isn't government telling you what to do. This is about a virus that we know little about that is really dictating how this goes. And the harsh truth is that the Southwest region of New Mexico has the second highest daily growth rate in the state. We just need to sit with that for a minute, right? That the Southwest region of the state has the highest second daily growth rate. Doña Ana County continues to see significant growth. This isn't slowing down in Doña Ana County. In fact, it's growing. I mean, Mayor Pro Tem said it, right? Yesterday, we saw 17 new cases. The day before that, it was 7. The day before that was 3. The day before that was 11. This isn't slowing down. We haven't seen a day yet where there hasn't been any new cases, right? And I just think we need to continue pressing on with public health data. And I'll bring this up in our next conversation and on the agenda, but and maybe even the previous one, but shaming folks isn't going to get us anywhere, right? I think this is about education. This is about continuing to push data forward and continuing, like Mayor Pro Tem said, working with those who, medical experts on how we reopen. Unfortunately, we don't get to make that decision. This virus is very much dictating the way things go. So I agree that we need to be cautious about parks. I want to remind people that there's plenty of space in our public lands, in our monument, where you can go. Just do it carefully. Don't go to places you don't know that are going to make you end up in the emergency room. I went on a hike last weekend and I saw a rattlesnake and immediately ran the other way. But so it's important to remain safe, but there's plenty of, open spaces for us to go outside and be outside, and just encourage people to continue that safely. Anyway, I've said a lot, but honestly, Sonia, I just wanted to thank you. I thought that this was a really well thought out plan.
So you don't carry a 9mm, Counselor, with you? You don't, Michael?
I don't want to tell my secrets.
Okay. Counselor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the discussion from all the counselors, some very thoughtful considerations to make and take into account as we reopen our parks. I did just want to touch on one quick point, and that is, you know, for some people who are within walking distance of a park or even something like the Traverse Trail, but don't have transportation or don't have other means of getting to other places that might be open, local parks that are within walking distance to people's homes are really important in terms of having accessibility to those resources. And so as we consider the reopening of parks, let's also keep in mind that, you know, it's not equitable for everyone who can't get to all the parks. And so as much as we can offer to people within walking distance, again, even something as simple as being able to go out on a walk after perhaps like a heated domestic situation or an argument, or wanting just to get away from your home situation at this point, is what contributes to the health and well-being of people, in addition to just, you know, thinking about parks purely in the recreational sense. Understand the concerns of the pickleball players who you know, want to play pickleball, but I think parks, there's so much more to so many other people, and having those spaces to clear your head, watch a cloud pass by, listen to the birds is a really, really important part of being able to stay healthy for a lot of people. So just want us not to lose sight of that as we think about the opportunity that many of us have to go to other places, but a lot of people really rely on those local places. So, thank you.
Speaking of listening to the birds, Councillor Sorg had to take off for a doctor's appointment, so that's why he's not going to be joining us. So, well, let me just throw this out here. What do you all think about requiring some type of face covering in our city parks? Councillor Abeyta-Stube?
You're on mute.
Thank you. As we're going to have an agenda item about face coverings, one of the questions that I did pose was that about parks as well. And so it's something I'm going to be touching on a little bit later, but there are issues with having children in face masks, just keeping them on, that sort of thing. But if it's a tool that we can use to, you know, help get them out there, then it's something I think we should consider. If they can go outside wearing the mask, I think it's something that we should consider.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And, you know, and I think there's a certain degree where they're, you know, like you said, the children, I know that's going to be hard, but, you know, if they at least have it and they try, I think it's just a matter of, you know, you can't, you know, let's say you have a 5-year-old or 4-year-old or whatever, 10-year-old that just doesn't want to wear it, but at least they have it. I mean, that's the thing. Councilor Vasquez, did you want to say something, or did you forget to put your hand down?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Yeah, we can probably get more into this discussion on the next item, but I think it's hard, right, to mandate or enforce masks, especially at a place where maybe people will be running or riding their bicycles or other things that might elevate their respiration. I think putting out really strong guidelines, really strong recommendations, like a really strong education campaign around just the use of wearing masks in public in general, right, as a consideration to your community members and to your neighbors and to your family and to your loved ones is really important. But a requirement, I think that would be tough to enforce. And thinking maybe like really strong guidelines would be adequate. You know, as we do reopen our parks, perhaps part of the message that we send out there is that, hey, we highly encourage you, you know, to please mind your neighbors and mind your, you know, fellow residents and wear a mask. But I think a requirement at the parks would be a little bit tough from an enforcement standpoint, but also because people are going to be active. They're going to be probably at some point, you know, breathing a little heavier, so they're going to want to take their masks off, especially if they're by themselves or they're running or something like that.
Yeah, no, totally understood. I understand that. I think, you know, it just dawned on me. Sometimes I think back in 2003 when the city was discussing going non-smoking in all public places. You know, you had those that say, hey, I should be able to allow to smoke wherever I want. And then those say, hey, you know, your smoking could affect my health. So it's kind of like that. I mean, and when we're talking public places, you know, obviously private places, that's what they, you know, but when you have someone who's coming out to a public facility, do we look at extending that requirement? That's something to really think about, because if you really stop and think about the dynamics back in 2003, when they were discussing this, I mean, it was a tough one. And in the end, they erred on, hey, that secondhand smoke is not good for you. And it's possible someone could just be coughing away, and, you know, they may, the other person may not want to stick around the park. So, Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do think that, as you know, we talk about this in the next agenda item, the public spaces where it's hard to potentially social distance. I think a park is a lot easier to social distance. I think, you know, I've been walking the ditch banks behind my house, and I hadn't been taking a face mask. And in preparation for today's meeting, I was doing a lot of reading and research on it. And the guidance out there is, you don't have to wear one, but you should take one in case someone else is on the same trail. And you can't get on the other side quick enough, right? It's best to have a face covering. So I think, I mean, we should just continue. I think there's a lot of confusion, and there probably will be after today, around where you should and should not wear a face mask. And I just think we have to be really clear, right? Where the places we're going to say that you should absolutely wear one, and the places where we recommend you wearing one. You know, I mean, it's my opinion that opening parks right now feels too soon, to be really honest. So, you know, right now I'd rather push that later than open it and tell people to wear masks. It just feels too soon.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Sonia, is that it? Do you have anything else you'd like to share with us?
Hello, Mayor. No, that's it.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that presentation. Okay, so the third item was going to be face coverings. And this one here, I know Councilor Abeyta-Stube had, did you say you had a presentation you wanted to make to us?
I do. I now have a healthy appreciation for the staff and everything that they have to do each week, as I was pulling out PowerPoint for the first time in many years. It's very brief, but I think it coincides along with that of education. There's so much confusion out there on even why masks. Do they work? Do they not work? Why are we even discussing this? And so I know a lot of people may already know some of this knowledge, but I do think it's very important for us to have it out there and to really understand. And then I have a couple recommendations with that. What we know and some truths are that this virus is going to be in our environment for a long time. So when we make these decisions and these policies, we need to be thinking long term, that not only are we going to see changes once we start phasing in that opening up scenario, but then this fall, we are going to see spikes when we have a reoccurrence of respiratory viruses, flus, and in general, most viruses act very similarly, and we are going to probably see another spike. So when we make these decisions, if we understand and adapt, then we can hopefully stay progressing as a city. And we know that it's been very, very hard for people to stay home, to have these disruptions. And the worst thing I think would be for a lot of people, just their physical, emotional, social health, economic health even, is that if we have to start pulling everything back right to where we started because we have sudden spikes in cases. And so I'm gonna hopefully do this correctly. Share screen.
F5. Just kidding.
Okay, so here. Okay. By chance, are you seeing the full thing? Because I pressed F5.
Yes. Well, not the full thing, but good enough.
Okay. Not. Let's see.
If you have a 3-foot screen, yeah, it looks pretty good.
A
I'm just
little
kidding.
cup thing at the very top. There you go.
There we go. Okay, so this is, and I'm just calling it universal masking, and that's because I think we need, when we make policy, we need to remember that there are different forms of face coverings, and we don't want to perhaps limit too much in our policy to just strictly use one, because we do know that access is an issue. And so if some people are able to have a different type of covering, that they're able to do that. This is just a quick basics for the public. We want to adhere to those social distancing guidelines. And we know that without a readily available vaccine, the best way to prevent infection is to avoid being exposed to this virus. We know that our greatest risks are person-to-person transmission and those who are within the 6 feet of us. Uncovered coughing, sneezing, and talking can produce those respiratory droplets that are carried throughout the air in about 6 feet. And those droplets may land on our mouth, noses, or be inhaled. And so if you are close enough to be exposed, then you are at risk for that transmission. And so kind of the areas that I focused on is what does it mean for this universal masking? How does it help? What kind of masks are used? And then tips for success. And so one of the biggest issues and the reasons why we have to think about this masking is that if we are out and about and we see somebody coughing, sneezing, we could probably identify them as either having really bad allergies here in New Mexico, or there's some sort of sickness. You're able to have that visual cue. What we do know about COVID-19 is that you can be a silent carrier, and some people don't even have symptoms. And with that in mind, you may be going out and about and not know that you are exposing other people. And so that with that in mind, we have to all assume that we could be those asymptomatic carriers. And how do we protect others when we go out? It's about two different places. How do we protect others and how do we protect ourselves? So what we know is that masks do help. I'll go back to my little slide. When we sneeze, there are tons of droplets. If we have a covering, as you'll notice, it can help prevent some of those droplets. Now, you'll notice on the red line, it does not prevent everything, but it does help. And if you have two individuals that are both wearing masks and talking and within that 6 feet of each other, you're going to be able to prevent a larger amount of that transition. So like I said, it's a visual marker of it doesn't protect everything, but it is helpful for that transmission to be not spread as much. So as we know now, the CDC has changed guidelines from what they first suggested about masking. And this was done because we know more about the virus now. This is all about adaptation. As you get more information, sometimes your point of view is going to change with that new information. With the new information that the CDC has of coronavirus, we know that masking is helpful to prevent transmission. And that's why it's important for us to consider this when we're out and about with public. Just on the side, you can see even our Department of Health, we have ways to make masks, even from household items, so that it's accessible for everybody. We also, when we go along and think about the guidance, it's been mentioned before, and I did as well, that we're going to have a robust education about masks. Not only why do we need to wear them, where should they be worn, and even how to take them off in good mask hygiene. When you have reusable masks, they're going to have to be washed from time to time, and then just taking them off properly. If you're touching the outside of it a lot, it's not going to be very helpful if you don't wash your hands afterwards and things like that. So our part at the city, if we can start giving guidance and help with that, I think it would be very good, because I do think this is something that we have to think long-term with. It's not something that we're not going to see masks for just 2 weeks and then it's going to go away. We're going to have to be prepared to mitigate those spikes.
Join the meeting.
When we have mask requirements off here, I have on the side, I have the governor's orders for May 6th, and then again, May 11th. And as I was saying before, we had to start thinking about what it might do, for the state. So we need to adhere to state guidelines as legally required, and additional considerations for wearing the face covering. We talked about while on city property for both employees and the public. What does that look like? We want to make sure that we keep people safe. We had a bit of that discussion on our first agenda item, as that there are risks when public comes into our employees as well. You'll see, I noted a possible exemption for parks if social distancing cannot occur. But if people are out and about just walking at the park and there's no other people, that might be an area that we have to consider. I think Councilor Vasquez said, you know, when people are raising their heart rates and doing that workout type style, that a mask, we don't want people to have any real breathing problems. I think that something that's been very concerning that I've gotten a lot of calls about has been at retail spaces and waiting in line, especially when it comes to our big box stores. I don't know how many of you have received the calls about Lowe's, Target, Walmart. There's a lot of people there, and it's a very easy way to get that risk. So if we have masks, even though we can't socially distance, we're going to be very close to each other, it does help prevent that communicable spread. Another consideration would be if we, while on transit, I know city is already doing that and doing a fantastic job of also giving out masks to our riders, and then to expand that to look at any sort of commercial taxis, Uber systems, that sort of deal. With this in mind, though, we do know that it's not necessarily a one size fits all, and there are certain considerations that do need to be made for masking. The CDC does advise that masking may not be available for those who have those breathing problems, anyone who is unconscious or otherwise cannot remove their masks. I have also included those with a disability that cannot wear a mask. There are many disorders that, including that of anxiety, which we do have to consider. And then for children under of a certain age, and I'll be honest, I struggled with what that age is. You know, one of the things I don't think we want to do is if we have a family member that is going to the store to pick up necessities, they have to bring the child in, child is refusing the mask, you don't want to make it so that they can't. And some don't, at a certain age, they don't understand the need for that. You cannot rationalize why they have to wear that mask at that time. There are, you know, I'll say personally, my little one who's 6 kind of understands. She fights it, but she sort of understands why. My larger kids that are 11, they absolutely understand, they recognize it, and that is an area. So like I said, this is something that I think we should talk about if we ever do decide to move forward with something, that there's that age that you have to do. And I do think that the child needs to be able to be aware of the reasoning and rationale and be able to comprehend that. With that in mind, that also goes to our child care facilities. If we don't want to try to enforce masks on a bunch of little kids, and there could be issues, you know, should a child be left with a mask on while they're sleeping, there could be issues with that. I've also put our fire station on, and this could expand a little bit to our other public service areas that where they live in groups with our fire personnel. They are there for a 24-hour shift. So you're eating, sleeping, you know, hanging out. And in that, I feel it's like a cohesive family unit in a way with that. And, you know, as soon as you have to take off your mask to eat, well, then you're exposing everybody anyways. So those types of situations, I think it doesn't make sense to put on that issue. And then, of course, when there are activities with the household unit, driving outdoors, walks, if you're in the car by yourself, you know, those are areas where I don't think it should be required. Let me get back to everybody. And then I have some additional comments, but I got to stop sharing.
Wow, you're controlling the whole screen.
I am. I'm trying to stop sharing with you guys.
You could sabotage our meeting.
I don't want to, that's for sure. Okay.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Counselor. Before you,
I have two other considerations
sorry.
before I end on that, though, that we have to think about. It's not something I didn't include. We've talked a lot about not only education, but if we are going to ask for this to happen, that we need to be able to provide masks for the public. We do for transit already. That mechanism that we utilize is something that hopefully, should we decide to proceed, and if anything, at least in the strongly encourage, that we need to start providing masks for people. If we want to wear them, if we know they help, we need to start providing masks. So in what ways can we do that? I know that we've already able to, so let's utilize that type of thing and work with that system. And then we also talked enforcement, and that's been a big issue, I know, for a lot of people, is how do you enforce this type of recommendation or policy change? It is hard. I believe it's necessary. There are many groups, and we talk about the elderly, we talk about disabled, but we also need to talk about those with underlying conditions, household members. They can't be expected to stay home for the next 18 months. It's just not going to be able to happen. It's not good for their mental, emotional, social health. It's going to be very hard. And so what can we do to help us move forward together and allow all these people to be as safe as possible as well? And so I think it's very necessary. I also want to know that it's been very hard on the economic side for people to have these disruptions. And as we open up more areas, and as we look at towards El Paso and see what happens over there, the likelihood of our spread is going to go up. It just is. I know that we're in our surge right now, so we're expected to see these increases right now. You know, we're not expected to peak for another week or two, but we're going to see a lot more after we start opening new places. And the mask is another tool in our kit to help mitigate that spread. For enforcement, one of the first things that we can do, just like with the Doña Ana County Clerk's office, we can offer a mask. If there is an area, we can offer a mask. We can, if we look towards businesses, especially, you know, and I go back to my big box stores, because I believe our small businesses are probably going to be some of the most responsive on protecting their customers. I really do believe that they're going to be very responsive. But even big box, that we look towards that. If there is a warning, citation, whatever, we look to that, the business itself first, that we have standards and safety for others. So you can look towards that. But I think the first thing that we should do is offer that mask to that person. This is now a recommendation. Here is a mask that we are providing that for them. We've had to adapt over time, and we've had to make adjustments with new issues. We now take our shoes off at the when we go to the airport. It's not something that we used to do, but we do it now, and it's for the safety of others. We have our police officers wear a bulletproof vest, and it won't protect them from every single thing, but it is another tool in the toolbox to help keep them a little bit safer. This is another tool in our toolkit, and I want to make sure that our people stay safe, that our economy can continue to stay open, and there's a nice balance there. And I think this is a tool that we can use. So thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. I appreciate your presentation, and you did a fantastic job for someone who hadn't done it, I guess, in a while. Before I get to Councilor Vasquez and Mayor Pro Tem, I asked Adrian if he wouldn't mind putting something up so that you all can see. And I want to do a big shout out to Senator Jeff Steinborn. So Senator Steinborn had this on his Facebook, I don't know, month and a half ago. And it really struck, it really moved me, and it made sense. So if you look at that, how having people at the very bottom have face masks and the percent of probability of catching it, you can see why I was so adamant to require that on regarding my emergency proclamation. And I appreciate Senator for sending that to me, and I wanted to let you all see why. And if you haven't seen this yet, it all makes sense. And perhaps the city can send that to each one of you, and maybe we can even post it on our website. But I think hopefully, Senator, this came from a credible source, and you didn't just do it yourself. But I'm sure it came from somewhere because it sure looks legitimate. So, okay, so we have Councilor Vasquez and Councilor Gondara who would like to say a couple things. So, Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. And thank you to Councilor Abeyta-Stubbe for a wonderful presentation and sharing this very well thought out process that she's undergone to make these recommendations. That's really, really appreciated. Also, I did want to point out the 1.5% at the bottom of that graphic has a comma instead of a period. So would hope it comes from a credible source.
Yeah, I know. That's what made me concerned that Senator Steinborn did this, but no, I'm just kidding.
You never know. You never know with the internet. But regardless, the point is made that masks are an important tool. And I think Councilor Abeyta-Stubbe said it best, that social norms and cultural norms are changing and evolving, and we have to if we really want to keep our folks safe. And so I struggle with the idea of mandating masks, but to be completely honest, I know it's the right thing to do. And so I support the recommendations that Councilor Abeyta-Stubbe has made, understanding that many in our community will have strong reservations against it because it conflicts for some with their ideas about personal freedom in this country and that kind of thing. But to me, it's kind of the same thing with like free speech, right? Free speech is great until it potentially causes harm to others, or you incite violence, or somehow you cause harm to other people. And I think in this sense, free speech, if you don't want to wear a mask, that's fine. But if you don't wear a mask and you're causing undue harm to others, then we really should rethink, how we handle that situation. And so I do support, some level of Councilor Abeyta-Stubbe's proposals and recommendations are all things that I could get behind. In particular, yes, we have to provide folks the masks, right, to be able to, to enforce, or at least to do the best possible job. If success for us setting some type of policy or recommendation or requirement like this means that more people have masks, then we have to make those masks available, if that's what success at the end of the day looks like. What I'm really interested in as well is, and you've probably heard this argument from so many people that say, well, I went to Walmart and half the people there aren't wearing masks. Why can't I do X and Y? Right? I think a lot of folks have said, why can't we reopen businesses, with 6 feet apart when I go to Walmart and there's 10 people with no masks on standing in line? How ridiculous are your policies? How ridiculous is the governor's directive? I've heard that time and time and time again. And so, and I've seen it myself, right? And so it's a false equivalency in my opinion. However, it is a problem. It is an issue. And so I think the big box stores, the Walmarts, the Sam's Clubs, the Targets of the world, who can afford, like, they're corporations that make multi-billion dollars, right? I mean, I know them, they must probably be making, I mean, hand over foot money during this pandemic because they sell groceries and their stores are probably just booming. And so I would require the providing masks to every person who's walking in at this very moment. I think it's irresponsible then for them not to do that. So I don't know if at the municipal level, you know, we can require big box stores to purchase and provide masks, and they can be those little cloth masks that are disposable that I think we've been discussing. And if not, if that's not a possibility, then the city should provide them. But where I see the biggest risk of contact and contagion, I guess, is in those big box stores, where if you've gone shopping at Walmart or another, you know, Sam's Club, that you see at least half the people in the store don't have masks on. And so, you know, you try to play this kind of awkward game of social distancing and avoiding people that don't have masks in particular. It just creates a really weird dynamic. But if people have the opportunity to get a mask when they first come in, I think that's a big step in at least limiting the spread where it's most potentially prevalent. So that's something I just want to throw out there. You know, I think that's one of the places we should start. But in general, like I said, this is a tough decision, right? I don't think there's anything unwillingly on any of our residents that they feel conflicts with their personal freedom, because that's what we all cherish and love about this country. But in this case, it's a public health issue, public safety issue. So do support it. I will have to run at 12:30. I apologize. I have another meeting, but I wanted to get that out there as part of this discussion. Thank you.
Councilor Vasquez, before you leave, let me just ask you. So earlier, I think we heard, well, not today, but a few days ago, Governor Lujan Grisham required all businesses to require masks. And I'm not too sure if that meant employees or, but I believe so. Mm-hmm. What if, you know, she took care of that part, and I really think that the market will change. You know, there's going to be some businesses who are going to defy it, and then they're going to have some that's going to advertise saying, hey, come to my store, you know, our employees wear masks, our employees do this, we have a sneeze guard, you know, and the public's going to gravitate, I think, towards them. I mean, I know I wouldn't go to a place that doesn't take it serious. What if we just require some type of covering, of course, with those exceptions, in all of our city buildings?
Can you say that again, Mayor? I'm sorry.
If we just require it in our city buildings, our facilities, so that you must have a mask, and if you don't, you know, there's those exceptions, of course, and then of course, like those exceptions that I think that there was in Councilor Beta Stuvey's presentation, but you know, that would be a start, you know, and I think that would be, as far for me, a good start, because that now, if I choose to go to Walmart, I can, or I'd rather go to maybe say Save Mart on Valley that has their employees wearing PPEs and takes the customer service, and then that would be my choice. And then if I have to go out and then to a public facility, I'll feel safer that it's that the employees, or that is a face covered entity, you know, that requires that.
Well, I mean, I think yes to the city proposal. Absolutely. I fully support that. I guess if we truly want to limit the community spread of this virus, it's not so much about where some shoppers potentially will go. It's about all the other ones that are going to come into contact potentially with those shoppers who choose to go somewhere else, right? So there's nothing that's going to stop a family member that chooses to go to Walmart from giving that, you know, from giving that disease to somebody that chooses to go to Save Mart. And so what we want to avoid is those folks are on the same playing field, right? Because it's still unfair, I think, to be putting folks back into the community that could infect other people at a local park, or, you know, as we were just talking, somewhere public. And so if success, the rate or the risks to which people can contract this disease, then I think we really have to think about where people are gathering in big numbers without face masks. And I may be wrong. I'm happy to take back my statement if it's not the big box stores, but since really that's the only place I've been to in terms of, you know, being able to go out to get groceries, that's where I've seen the biggest risks. And the employees do a great job. The governor's directive is right on point, right, with having staff have to wear masks. They disinfect carts. I've seen all the good practices. But I think we're doing ourselves a disservice if we're just letting folks in without masks, and you know, that's where people are gathering. So like I said, I think the Walmart should be providing. I don't know why they're not. I don't know why they don't have mass-produced Chinese-made paper masks. That, you know, they have just about every mass-produced Chinese item in their store, but not masks that they could give as a courtesy to folks at the front of the line. And maybe it's not a requirement, but at least maybe the requirement is that they provide and offer the masks, right? Not necessarily that they have to wear them, but there's some folks who do just go to the store and maybe they forgot a mask and they choose to go in anyway. Or there's folks who just can't afford masks, right? Or haven't been able to buy one. And so providing them would go a long way, I think.
Okay. Well, maybe we give masks to the mom and pops, and then that way they go to them, and then they not visit Walmart as much.
There you go.
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem Gandara and Councilor Bencomo. And if you have to leave, Councilor Vasquez, we understand. Thank you. And don't forget to get me the paint combination for Vasquez blue.
You got it.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Abeyta-Stube. I was so proud listening to your presentation. Very thorough. And I just really impressed, Again, I guess I want to preface this is, to me, this isn't a political, you know, people are like, oh, you politicians don't know what you're doing and saying, you're trying to take our civil liberties. Please understand, this is not a political ploy on my part. I am a social worker, licensed. People's safety and well-being is my number one concern. It always has been. So those of you out there that are listening on YouTube, that's what it is. That's for me about maintaining people's safety. Oh, and by the way, in 1994 through 2004, I was part of the Department of Health, and I was on that receiving end, Mayor, of that no smoking ordinance that got passed. Are you surprised? Probably not. So many people would say it was against their civil liberties to, I get to do whatever I want, whenever I want, until lots of data and the science was very clear that secondhand smoke was probably almost more of the issue. And so this is like any other thing, wearing a mask is to protect others. And I want to say loud and clear, I have two elderly parents who have chronic conditions. In fact, my father right now is working in the clerk's office in Silver City. And I'm always constantly, Pops, are you wearing your face mask? Are you making sure that your clerk is ensuring that you're wiping down, or that someone's wiping down for you, not just one time, 2 times, regularly, washing your hands? Do you have all the things in place? And they do. And I'm so proud to say that. But I remember my father then works there and then goes home to my mother, who's in her 70s. So I'm very concerned about that. I have a chronic condition. High blood pressure. I'm doing everything. I've been wearing a mask and gloves before the mandate, or we should make sure we do that thing. And honestly, earlier in the week, I went to a local store because I have to shop for food and whatnot. And one of the most difficult things is when you meet up with someone at the door and you're sort of like playing, okay, I want to respect you and I'm wearing my mask and everything. They're not. And so we're doing that dance, like who goes first, and so I get all that. I'm encountering that as I go out shopping for people for food and whatnot. So I made some notes and I wanted to ask around the, Councilor Abeyta-Stube, you used a lot of the CDC guidelines, and one of the things I think we need to, if we're going to have the exception on the child care, I would say very specific in terms of the kids. because I do feel like the workers need to use face masks and gloves. I think they're already doing that. So I would specify that specifically. I think specify that in the ordinance if we're going to do some exemptions.
Thank you. That's great. Something that I wasn't fully aware what their requirements were before. And so that's a good point.
Yeah, and it would there's some places already like Engage and other people that other organizations that are having these thoughtful conversations with childcare centers and whatnot, and we probably need to reach out to them to see what already are their provisions in place. I think would be helpful. And so like if we do this, I honestly believe that our leadership, like we have to lead by example. So that means that all our employees that are out there doing the essential work, that they should be wearing coverings, the gloves and stuff like that. And quite frankly, I'm seeing some of them that do not, right? They're kind of congregating 2 or 3. And I've said this again to Mr. Maestas, please ensure, I want to know that those people have everything they need, right? To wash their hands, to, if that means washing stations there where they're at up in the Talavera area, that they have all of that. So I want to make sure that we're able to do that for our staff first and foremost, and that they feel safe, that every single entity is not only our Roadrunner Transit, but that every single entity that has service or utility or service vehicles, that they are being cleaned or sanitized, not just once or twice, but regularly. That to me is super, super important. And Mayor, along with the big box and whatever, and I agree, I think the bigger box venues should be offering that to every single person that's walking into their site. And I thought you were going to ask Jennifer if we can, as a city, mandate that they give, or that they ensure that their people walking in, or the customer that walking in, have the face mask. Are we within our rights to do that, or within our, I want to say right, but within the purview to do that?
Yeah, no, and you're correct. I was going to, but then I thought this is a great opportunity to let people go to the mom and pop stores and then let, not visit Walmart as much. But
I'm a mom and pop recipient. I don't go to that particular.
Well, yeah, but if you make them do that.
I just want to say that very clear.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Let's see. I did have that written down, but let's just see if she wants to. Jennifer, do you want to jump in on that? Do you think off the top of your head, that we have the authority to require? Well, I don't think we can separate big box stores versus, but I think it has to be universal, but I don't know. Let's see what Jennifer has to say.
Mayor and council, yes, you can pass an ordinance that requires face coverings. Many jurisdictions throughout the country are doing it. I would not separate out any individual or specific types of business. It would need to be an overall citywide.
Universal. Okay. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Again, I just want to just make sure that as we are discussing this, that I know Councilors Beta-Stuvi, you are using CDC guidelines and whatnot, and I'm sorry that we don't have an epidemiologist or someone from the Department of Health helping us sort of move through this and understanding what is the best course of action, because we all got earlier this week the PowerPoint or the slides about what, again, thank you, Councilor Bencomo, for recognizing that we're the second largest growing community. What do we need to do? I mean, it's clear we have to do something. We have plateaued, we haven't dropped. Maybe it's because we're in our peak and surge, but this is really scary to me. And we have to do something, but I want us to be thoughtful in using science And so lots of us are talking about, is that where the community spread is? Because they're going to the big box. And I think we need Department of Health to tell us a little more specifically, because they're doing the tracing. They're understanding, right? Because when people are testing positive, they're asking, okay, where have you been? Who are your family members? We're going to have to test them. I think we need a little more specifics so that we can address this accordingly. It's like, where is the spread happening? Are they going their jurisdictions to El Paso? Are they in these big box areas? Are they asymptomatic? I mean, I want to see that data in front of me. Not to say that I'm not in agreement. I think we need to do something and do it now. And I'm not about trying to trample on people's civil liberties, but I agree, Mayor, this is like the no smoking ordinances. This is something that we need to, I feel, put in place. I'm sorry, let me look through my notes and make sure I got, again, I think a communication letter to some of these bigger, larger corporations that I don't know if, through the governor's mandate this week and next, that they're adhering to that every employee is wearing a face mask. And so I keep thinking, communicating from the city of Las Cruces to these places, having open conversations with them, helping, please help us. We need you to help us decrease the spread. This is what it looks like. And having those conversations would be helpful, I think. And so I'd like to ask that staff do that. And I agree with Counselor Stuvey, the thing about the working in the singular office, those offices, those have been some of your exemptions. I'm a little concerned about that, and I think there needs to be a little more specificity as it relates to that, because you could have a singular, I don't know what you mean by that, I guess. So let me start with that.
That's a fair question, and thank you. I think for purposes of the slide, I was putting that down a little bit, but to be more specific, when you have people that are in their own office by themselves and they're just solo, that they don't have the requirement to wear the mask. You have, say, a law office where there's only one person in there and they're just working by themselves, then that would be a place where perhaps that the mask is not necessary. Now, if they're meeting with clients or something like that, if it becomes a lot more, then that's an area. But if I think there are other guidelines, and what was said before, other states have already started putting out ordinances. Denver, Boulder, also, they have specific language that capture upon this moment of that offices when you're working by yourself. Now, for us, if we're at the city and just in your office, but people are walking back and forth, that's not probably something that you want to consider. But if you're in a, just a one-person place, then it wouldn't necessarily make sense for you to be wearing that the full time.
Got it. I can agree with that. A one-person office, one person only, then yes, I understand. But if you're greeting people or I think that the mask is necessary. So yes, I agree. Thank you so much for being thoughtful about our fire and that whole 24 hours thing. I'd like to hear from Chief Enriquez what he thinks about that and what provisions have been put in place as they're moving through this, because I know they're wearing masks when they go out, but they're groups of 5 and 6, and I don't know from one shift to another what that looks like. And I think those are all important things before we put an exemption to them or police. I don't know why you didn't put police down. It's probably the same. They probably do some 24/7 stuff as well.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I don't know. Let's see if Chief is here. Yes, he is. Chief, Chief Enriquez, you want to jump in?
Yes, hello, Mayor and Councilor Gondeta. Yes, with the fire department, what we're looking at is every call that they respond to or any interaction with the public, they must wear their masks. They must wear their PPE. When they're at the station, it's kind of like their home. They watch TV together, they eat together, they train together, everything that they're doing together. Any gathering that they have in the bay or living room, the mask at that point is optional, but not required. But any contact with the public, they will have to wear the mask. We treat our administrative office and our prevention bureau as a business. So anybody that enters will have to wear a mask. If we go into the station house, we'll have to wear a mask. Anything like that to just try to protect the spread. And what we do on shift changes, we change shifts at 8 a.m. The staff coming in has to remain in their car or a staging area so we don't cross-contaminate. Because you've had 2 days off, you come back to work, you've done shopping, you've been out in the public. We want to make sure there's none. We have members that are leaving and they may have experienced a patient that may have had the signs or symptoms. We don't know at that point. So just to try to prevent the spread and the cross-contamination within our department, those are some of the precautions we've taken.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate hearing that. I know you're taking every precaution. The reason I brought up that shift changes and whatnot is because these people are going home to family and children, right? And then
exactly
exposing, their family members, their wives, husbands, whatever, and others, and to that. But then their loved ones, adults, right, might be going out into the community with, to get food and, all the necessities and whatnot and bring it back. So I didn't know how that would specifically affect our fire and our police, for that matter. And so I want us to be mindful of that and understanding. And I'm assuming that that the shift changes aren't. Well, I don't know. Are they where they staying so many days on and then they leave?
Yes, our shift is 24 on, 48 off. So you're there like today, all day Friday, you get off tomorrow at 8 a.m. and the next shift comes in. So you work every third day.
Okay. So Chief, do you think it's overkill to have them when they're congregating more than 5 to be wearing a mask?
Well, we don't require when they're at the station to wear the mask because we do have a couple of stations that have more than 5 people that like Station 4 and Station 1 have an engine and a truck company. So it's a dual company. And then other stations, we have squads. So we have 6 personnel there. So it's hard to have less than 5 at some stations. But we're not requiring them to have a mask when they're all together, training together and living as a household. But once they interact with the public, they have to be wearing their mask.
I understand, but they're a household that isn't a normal household, right? They go home and they come back. Yes. And so I guess I'm trying to get from you what your thoughts are about what the presentation was about. What if I say, no, I don't agree with the exemption. I think they should be wearing it when they have larger groups, if you will, while they're sitting and hanging out and those kinds of things.
Well, I feel that in our case, the different tasks and jobs we have, we would have to be an exception to that rule. But again, it's optional. And again, it goes back to the safety practices. If you're sick, you stay home. If you report any kind of illness or anything, you're sent home or you stay home. If you're a rookie that just came in and you're still under probation and you have minimal leave, we address that. We want to make sure that it's not spread. We've even taken it a step further that when we have individuals that have family members at home, that may be a high risk to this virus, that if they suspect anything, we put them in hotels till we get either confirmation that the patient was not COVID-19 or till the individual gets tested themselves. So we've had a few of those, and we take every precaution to make sure we're as safe as possible.
Thank you, Chief. I'm so glad to hear that. I know that that was happening, but I think it's important for the public to be aware of the steps that we've taken to protect our fire and our police department during those times. Chief, can you enlighten us about what other communities or states are doing around the COVID? When you talk about best practices, is that what you're adhering to, that because other fire stations in the country are doing this specifically?
Yes, absolutely. We get a lot of literature from the International Association of Fire Chiefs. I'm on group texting messages with other fire chiefs from Santa Fe, Rio Rancho, Albuquerque, and we talk and discuss about different things that we're doing to protect our firefighters. I'm also in communication with the El Paso OEM and some of their things that they're doing as well. So yes, we are implementing all the best practices we can for our personnel.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Please extend my gratitude and thanks to your staff, the firefighters, police department. I can't thank you enough for putting your lives on the line every day, but especially during this time. I know you've taken on some additional duties, and I'm so thankful for that. So I appreciate it, and I just wanted to say that publicly to you and to Chief Gallagher. And lastly, I agree we need to have a very robust educational campaign, not only about the masks or the covering universal masks, as Councilor Betastuvi called it, but I think repeatedly addressing or providing awareness of COVID and the importance. And again, I want us to share this with our epidemiologists, and I hope that if not today, one of our other special meetings that we actually have our epidemiologist, Dr. Landon, or representatives come and really talk to us about some things that they're finding, because the science is changing. I mean, it's just changing every day because they're learning more and more, and it would be nice to have them again at one of our meetings to really throw out these ideas and really talk about thoughtfully with their advice on how we we decrease the spread. And because it was very clear to me off those slides that were shared by David Maestas that we got to do something, and we have to do it now. So thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Bencomo?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you so much to Councilor Betastuvi. That was really great. I've really appreciated your leadership for the last few months on this for sure. So feel really grateful for you having presented that today. To be really honest with you, last week I was feeling really uncomfortable with the idea of mandating face masks. And then as I was preparing for today's meeting, I was like, I'm going to set that aside. It doesn't matter how I feel about it. What matters is this data. What matters is the fact that the cases continue to grow here in Doña Ana County. That's ultimately what matters. And I absolutely understand what it's like to have your civil liberties threatened. And being asked to wear a mask, it's not that. It's just not. And for me, the most important thing is that we provide masks for people, that the city is willing to do that. I will say that, we've been getting a lot of emails both for and against this. To me, this is definitely a matter of love thy neighbor, right? And a matter of, I might not be sick. I might not even believe that this is a real threat, but I love my neighbor and I want to make sure that they're healthy too. I read an article from the Taos News talking about this couple that was traveling abroad earlier this year and came back, and They've tested positive. This Taos couple has tested positive 5 times for COVID-19, and they have not shown any symptoms at all in the last 2 months, 3 months. But they've continuously been getting tested after quarantining, and they get back and get tested, and they keep testing positive, and they feel fine. So I think that is one of the biggest risks that we take when we go into the world, that we don't know what we're carrying, and that we could very much be carrying this for someone else, deadly virus. So I think it's important that in the meantime, that this is temporary, that this isn't a thing forever, that this is the measures that we have to take during a global pandemic. That is a very real threat. And so for me, I think why this is important. And I had a note somewhere. I was going to talk about something else, but it's escaping me. I mostly just really wanted to thank Councillor Abeyta Stubbe for her presentation. And I had a question for David. Do we have a contact tracing program in Doña Ana County? Is that happening here?
Good afternoon again. Thank you, Councilor Bencomo, David Maestas. The Department of Health does have a contract tracing program in place. So anytime somebody tests positive, they do work on identifying the potential for anyone that they came in contact with. And then those people are requested to follow up on the testing protocol as well. Again, that's entirely held and conducted by the Department of Health. As Mayor Pro Tem has pointed out, yes, we do have plans on asking them to be at special meetings that we've been having. In fact, if it's the council's will, we can have them here Friday. I can extend an invitation to Mr. David Morgan and also Dr. Michael Landon to see if they're available. And then that way, if you have specific questions to their process, they'll be ready and available for those answers. But yes, in summary, they do have that process in place.
Thank you. That's really good to hear.
Councilor Bencomo, can I interrupt you for a second? It looks like Chief Gallagher wants to make a quick comment.
Sure.
Chief?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I've been listening, and I totally understand everybody's concern and desire with regard to the face mask. I just felt I'd be remiss if I didn't point out, as the folks who would be enforcing it, that we have some concerns with regard to that. As I told you earlier, we've been requesting and getting mostly voluntary compliance with regard to the park issue. I would imagine we'd do the same thing on this case. We'd probably get voluntary compliance for the most part. In general, anywhere from 70 to 90% of crime in a community is committed by about 6% of the population. Those are the people who don't listen to us anyway. So we're going to have problems with those people. But in addition, as a couple of you have pointed out about the concerns over civil liberties, there's going to be probably an additional 5 to 10% of people who now also won't listen to us. So you're talking about 15% of the people who we're going to have issues with. And my concern is we're actually going to have to make physical arrests. Physical arrest now exposes our officers to populations that we normally wouldn't be exposed to. So my concern is our mission, as I told you a couple of times, is sustainability and visibility. We need to be visible for the community and keep them safe. We've been lucky so far. We haven't had any positive tests. We've had a few close calls. If we increase our exposure of officers to people for not wearing masks, I worry our risk of exposure would be higher for the officers, and that could really spread throughout a police department very quickly. Property crime is on the rise in Las Cruces for several different reasons, one of them being the pandemic, and I worry if we have fewer officers on the street to counter that property crime, it would increase even further. Finally, I will also say I am concerned about, you've seen some of the stories elsewhere in the country. They've hit the media, they've hit Facebook, they've hit pictures of officers wrestling with people because they weren't wearing face masks. It kind of defeats the purpose of keeping people safe when we have to put hands on them and then try to bring them to jail. So I just wanted to bring that out there. That's our concern. Myself, my command staff, we're very concerned about that. That's my 2 cents.
Mr. Mayor, I have a follow-up for Mr. Gallagher.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for bringing up these issues. That's something that I, was researching as well a lot. There's a lot of issues about compliance enforcement and how people react to these sort of things, much like, whenever you have a change in procedure that is this big, you do get pushback for that. One of the ideas that I had first proposed and trying to see how comfortable your officers would be that the very first thing to do is to offer a mask. Is that something that your officers could do? Should they be supplied with masks? Is for compliance is the very first thing they do is offer the mask?
We could definitely do that. Again, calls for service permitting. That's the other thing I didn't mention. As you all recall, when this first started, we were running around pretty crazy to Lowe's and Home Depot, and you were sharing all the emails with us. I could see this being tenfold worse. So these calls for service, and then thereby diverting us from more serious calls for service.
So that's fair. And that's one of the reasons I was looking at the enforcement of, instead of going after every single person in the Walmart or Lowe's, you can't do that. That's unrealistic. And that's why you look at that big box store and say, you need to make sure that when you let people in here, they have these requirements. And then you cite that business itself for not having people adhere to those standards. And that way it doesn't have as much contact for your officers. We can do it through a different mechanism, and you're not responding to 100 different calls with, every single person they see in the store that does not have that mask. So I think that's another way to kind of help mitigate some of that. And then I think we have to have a conversation about the really real issue that people have is that of compliance. And if they want to do it or not, we do have rules, we do have laws, and we're not always going to agree with what they are, but for the most part, they are done for the safety of the general public. One of the examples that I did use, I'm sure you heard, was that of the taking off our shoes at the airport. It was a change in behavior, a change in that pattern. Mayor Pro Tem Gondra talked about the new laws for smoking in public places. It is really big changes and people have to adjust. But unfortunately, we now have a new element in our society, that of this virus, and we have to make those adaptations. And it is going to be very difficult for people. But if we make these adaptations, then perhaps we can mitigate the risk for your officers, for our public, and even for those people who don't want to wear those masks later on. So I really do appreciate that. I hope that should we move forward with this, I want to make sure that we get that input. A follow-up question that Mayor Pro Tem Gondra had was the exemption that I had originally placed for police officers for fire department, because I know they live together. But I know you guys probably have investigations where certain officers are paired together for extended amount of times. Is there would you need exceptions for something like that as well?
We'll be wearing that. We do wear the masks now, and anytime we have contact with the public, if it's just normal contact, it's the surgical mask, non-N95, and if it's anybody we think is sick or might be sick, it is the N95. Typically, if it's just ourselves dealing with each other, we do not wear the masks.
Okay, so you're not wearing them at the station itself?
Most of us don't come to the station anymore, so we stay. We don't gather anymore to do daily briefings and things like that.
And what about? I'm sure you have from the undercover to any of those types of officers that are in kind of unique situations where they're paired together. I would say I want to make sure that we're being thoughtful about that as well.
Yes, we have staggered their hours, so they're all not grouped together at the same time. So some come in earlier, some stay later, just to avoid having too many people together at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councilor Bencomo, did you finish your comments?
No, I wasn't done yet.
Okay, I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you, Chief Gallagher, for that. I definitely understand the concern regarding enforcement. I've been very much against anything that ends up putting people in jail. That's the last place where we want people. You know, I do hope that it, you know, perhaps I may be naive, but I really do hope that this moving forward is that we are collaborative with businesses and with our community around this, and that we use education first and foremost, and that enforcement is still, like you said, compliant based. I love Councilor Arbeta the idea of equipping officers with masks to give out in the event that people are being non-compliant. I also would love to see part of our pushing a public education campaign, continuing to enhance that, continuing to grow that and strengthen that. That I would love to see one of our officers or one of our firefighters be part of a PSA campaign, right? Where they're basically saying a lot of what you are, right? We cannot protect you if you're being non-compliant. Our first and foremost, our priority is your safety, and we cannot do that if you're not following the guidelines of the state and the city. Would that be possible for us to do?
Sure, we could put out a public service announcement to that effect. I did one, I think, right before Easter because of our concerns about that holiday, but we could put one out. Anything we could do to generate voluntary compliance without having to go to enforcement is the way we want to go.
Yeah, I would love to see that. You know, last thing I'll say is that I just want to make sure that as the city, we are putting out a strong public awareness campaign to ensure that people don't think, well, this is the strategy, right? And then we're just going to rest on it and get comfortable thinking that face masks are going to help us out of this, which isn't true, right? The best guidance that we've received from experts has been social distancing, right? So to continue to push social distancing measures, especially in public places where that can happen, like grocery stores, ensuring that all of our grocery stores and those essential places are marking, right? Like a couple hardware stores, big box ones, weren't doing that, and then they were really encouraged to do so after multiple visits, but by state police or local police. But continuing to ensure, not to encourage, but to ensure that some of these essential businesses are doing exactly that. And then now we've layered on face masks, and that we continue to do contact tracing, and that our approach to this is layered, and that the public very much understands what we're doing every step of the way.
Okay, well, thank you, Counselor. So, I don't know, listening to all the comments and what I think a good first off, the governor required all employees and businesses to require masks. And so, you know, that's something there that the state would handle as LCPD if needed. I think maybe if we, a good first step perhaps might be just requiring face mask, anyone using city facilities to wear masks versus citywide, and see how that goes.
Could we encourage that for retail and commercial spaces as well? Because I think that's where we're seeing the most risk. I absolutely advocate for stuff on city property and city grounds, but we know that it's those retail and commercial spaces that people are gathering and are not able to do the social distancing. And those are kind of the time sensitive items that I think we have.
You know, I think, and hear me out on this here, and I've, you know, I've seen this a lot. A lot of times, individuals, businesses, they like it to be their own idea instead of being told to do it. So if we do it ourselves with the city, and we use that as an example, and I could reach out to managers of these big box stores and say, hey, you know, can you guys, is that something there that you guys can require? And I venture to say that a good chunk of them would say, you know what, city's doing it, whatever. Because I can assure you, I know some small mom and pops are gonna use this as a leverage, which is a good thing, to take business away from them. I know I would. I'd say, yeah, I'm giving out free this, I'll give out free that. Our employees wear masks, they wear PPEs, they wear gloves. You can get a free disinfectant, with every purchase. I don't know. I would think that it's just a great opportunity to move all those, it's amazing. I drive by when I come to work, I see all these sometimes lines of people at Sam's Club. I mean, lines. And I'm thinking, why don't they just go to Save Mart or Lowe's, Fiesta Foods, or whatever? I don't know. I have no idea. But
That's
Mayor,
that's fair. But
I do think that we're about to see a surge. Clearly, yesterday there were 17 new cases. I mean, I wonder what happens if we try this for 2 weeks, right? Like, if we're gonna do it, we might as well do it, because we're about to see some big numbers, I think. So.
okay, well, how about if we do this? That way because I know we're missing 2 council members. We move forward with a resolution that requires face masks on all city facilities and or citywide. That way the council can decide which way they're going to go.
I would ask that we include transit if it's not already on it, just for like taxi services and that type of stuff as well. But I am concerned about those. If people were going to do this because they wanted to, they already would have. And I think when we go out in the stores and when we see what's going on out there, it's just too many people that are not adhering to these guidelines and to these suggestions. So we can suggest it all we want, and whether or not, but I think not enough people are doing it to be super effective. I mean, you go to the grocery store and you pick out your apple to look at, you see, it doesn't look like I want, you set it back, you're coughing, you're doing other stuff. I mean, there's too many points of contact, and it's with that general public that has those. My husband works at a hospital. Most of my friends are nurses, they're doctors. They are going to be those front lines here in about 2-3 weeks when we see those surges. They are going to be the ones to see those cases, and it's going to be heartbreaking for a lot of people. And there's going to be a lot of those that are following guidelines, that are trying to keep themselves safe, their family members safe, their loved ones safe. But if we don't have the buy-in from at least, and I mean, it takes about 80 to 90% of people complying, we will see lives saved. We really will. And that's the bottom line for me, is that we will be saving lives for not just those at risk, but we're seeing that this affects everybody. And it's that general public component that is going to be key here.
Okay, no, I get you, and yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. In fact, the other day I didn't have a flat, but I know it was going to be a flat because I had to pull out a big nail out of my tire, and they were new, and I know I get free whatever at the place where I bought it, or do I go across the street, which and I was thinking that because a lot of times I just jump call an Uber and they'll take me and I'll come back, so I don't have to bother anybody. Then I thought about that. I thought, I don't know if I want to do that. I'll just take it across the street, and so it worked out okay. So why don't we do that? That way we still have both. If council members want to just do city facilities, or if they want to do everything citywide, including transit, that way we have an opportunity to decide. So we can have staff start working on resolutions or ordinance to do something like that. Chief, did you still have another comment? Chief Gallagher? Or did you forget to put your hand down?
Just forgot to put it down, sorry.
Oh, okay. Councilor Flores? Did you?
Mr. Mayor, and thank you. I just want to thank Councilor Beta-Stubbe for pursuing this. I find it admirable that she did the PowerPoint. I was just wondering, as far as, did you cover the point? I know that Jeff, that little cartoon that Jeff sent shows that 2 people using a face mask really reduces the risk. But what I learned from you weeks and weeks ago is that wearing a mask isn't so much for your own protection, but for the protection of others. And I want to thank you for that bit of education, because when I started wearing a mask, I started, I was thinking, well, I don't want to get infected, and this is the way to do it, and wear gloves and have alcohol and paper towels in my cars. And that's the first thing I do when I get in the car is wipe off my hands. But I thought about that, stayed with me. I thought, well, no, some of us just might be asymptomatic carriers. So it's a question of really, again, respecting other human beings and human lives and protecting others against you. It's not so much you protecting yourself against others, but the fact that you may be spreading, one can be spreading it. So I want to thank you for that, Councilor Abeyta-Stube. I want to thank you so much for being so persistent on this. And as Councilor Bencomo has been reported what we saw, the surge or the fact that we haven't leveled off and we've had 17 exposures and we're the third highest, I believe, in risk in the state of New Mexico. And I'm not too sure about the numbers and how they're, if there's any calibration or whatever it's called. But all that being said, we're still way up there. And so I'm in agreement, total agreement with what Councilor Abeyta-Stube has proposed, that this this ordinance that you're considering, Mayor, be all inclusive insofar as, not, to go to not just city facilities, but retail and public transportation, Ubers and stuff like that. And of course, there's always the issue, but it's just a question of letting our residents know that this is very, very important. And I think that there is going to be a surge. I think we're going to have something that is going to escalate, and it's going to have a lot to do with the fact that a lot of our residents in the southern part of the county go to El Paso for their marketing anyway. And El Paso right now is just reaching new highs every day. So I think that we really have to buckle down to protect our residents. And thank you again, Councilor Abeyta-Stube, for your persistence and excellent presentation. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Okay, so if that's okay, staff, then we'll move forward with a resolution or ordinance, whichever is needed, that addresses option A, just utilizing, requiring masks in city facilities only, or B, which is citywide, including transit and other things that staff can think of. Okay. Okay, so last item.
Wait. I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you. So how can an ordinance be or? Are you saying you want the menu, you want the options put together by staff, by legal, and then we'll decide what language we like best or which options we like best? Is that what you're proposing?
Right, we're down 2 city councilors. And
he's back. Gil is back.
Oh, Gil's back?
Mm-hmm, he's right there.
Hello, Mayor. Here I am.
Okay, Gil. Okay, Gil. So the question is, do we start requiring people who use mask either citywide, including transit, or do we start with just city facilities only to require masks? And so what I was going to say, what I was starting out with is that to provide an option, because when we put it out with both option A, option B, that gives us time for the public to chime in that they normally can't otherwise do. Because once it gets advertised or put out in the media, now we can receive comments pro or con, or option A, option B, and then we can figure out what the constituency wants. So that was the purpose for that.
Mr. Mayor, I mean, no one wants to wear a mask. I don't want to wear a mask, but I know I have to, right? Like, I think that's sort of the point. And I think not including at the very least grocery stores as we're about to hit a surge. Not sure then the point of this, right?
Well, no, the option B, that would include the grocery stores. So that.
I did not hear that in your option B.
Oh, well, when I said citywide, I meant everything.
Oh, citywide. Okay, great. That's fine. Yes.
Yeah. And then option A was just city facilities.
Got it. Thank you.
And Mayor, I think people have been very vocal on very strong opinions either way, even before this. It's going to come down. Frankly, people are downright nasty about things, and rightfully so. That's freedom of speech. But for me, and hearing from my constituents and valuing their safety, that's what's first. And I rely on data. I rely on those experts and those medical professionals to make that decision, not on because somebody doesn't want to do it because it's an inconvenience for them. I rely on that data to make sure that we are making a smart decision for their general health and well-being. Just like when we did with, I'll go back to smoking in public places. It's very similar to that. And unfortunately, it is going to make people very uncomfortable. It's going to make some upset about that, but it is for the general well-being. And those are the principles that I will stick on.
Okay, I got you, but that's why I want to have. Yes?
Mayor, sorry, excuse
Yeah.
me. Just want to say I have no problem with people, Councilor Beta-Stuvi, people don't have to be downright ugly. They can share their concern. They don't have to be disrespectful. That's everybody's prerogative, but they don't have to be ugly and state, calling us horrible names as some of you have received. We can do without that. That's not people's right to be ugly with you about this. I get it. I don't like it either. I don't like to wear it. It makes me feel uncomfortable, but it is what it is, right? And I've been doing it before the governor's, strong suggestion. I get itchy, I understand, especially now it's really hot and wearing that.
Okay, thanks. All right, so again, I still would prefer that both options be there, and then let it be publicized, and then let you all receive public comment. Councilor Sorg?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I haven't been in the whole conversation here, no debate. Certainly it'd be ideal if everybody wore masks. I don't think anybody disagrees with that as far as the public health is concerned. As far as comfortableness, no, of course not, as you're saying. Nobody wants to do it. But it probably will be the best thing to keep us from going to a level that is undesirable, a level that will bring more deaths. And sure, that would be ideal. But what first comes to my mind is how are people going to be able to get the masks? And even if they can get them, how are they going to afford them? Because, one mask isn't going to do. You're going to have a mask every time you leave the house, because they don't last. So I don't know how practical this is. It's just a problem that I see coming up, and if somebody can solve that problem, fine. I'll be in favor of having masks everywhere.
I wash my cloth mask.
Having masks everywhere anyway. But that's just a problem that's going to end up coming to us.
Thank you, Councillor, for your comments. We discussed a little bit about that earlier on ways to create access for masks, and then expand with a robust education system on how to use household items or other ways to have that face coverings. The language would also say face coverings, not specifically masks, because we know that delineates just a certain type of one. There's different ways that we can do this, and how the city can help provide those masks to those that cannot afford it, we do it already with our transit. So I am happy to go. I know we're a bit on a schedule, but I'm happy to talk about those options with you as well.
Okay, in other words, you're talking about a reusable bandana, for example?
You can do that. I mean, on my presentation, I had a slide that the DOH had on how to use household items to make one. So just even a t-shirt and rubber bands to the bandana, there's different ways. And then if the city itself provides masks, and we talked about numerous options on how to get those to the public as well.
Have we looked into?
I'm happy to go through those with you after this as well.
Have we looked into the possibility of getting them in the first place?
Oh, and I know there's, obviously everything goes through our procurement process, but there's even local people that are making the, and if we can employ local businesses, that'd be great too. If you want, look at Utah as well as a guide. They have a portal from their city to give out masks to the community members as well. And so there's many different options that we could be utilizing to make sure that everybody has that access.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councilor Flotis, did you have a question?
Yes, I just wanted to ask a question of Councilor Betastuvi. I was told that if after you use your mask, because mine it's not an N95, but it's pretty sturdy, that after each use to spray it with Lysol, the disinfectant spray, and that cleans it. So is that true or not true, or?
I would probably defer to DOH standards on that. First, I would probably be cautious about spraying the Lysol, and then you want to make sure that airs out before you put that right back in your face.
Yeah, absolutely.
They do most of the education that I've seen is about washing it. Although noting that a lot of these items have some sort of filtration in the middle, so you want to do hand washing so that you don't scrunch that up or destroy it. But most of it is that soap and water. You just dip it in and then you hang it out to dry till the next usage. But like I said, I will defer to DOH and CDC standards on those.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councilor Sorg, did you forget to put your hand down, or did you have another comment?
I had another comment. That is that I hope we don't lose the effort in what's really going to solve this coronavirus problem we have, the COVID-19, and that is having mass testing, mass tracing, and isolation. We have to have our emphasis on that. And of course, we have to help the state do that. And what we can do here locally to do that would be all the better. Mr. Mayor, did you get you got an email concerning a company here in town that does testing? They have made their company available for mass testing, and they are also looking at doing some tracing and so forth with it. I told them to go ahead, and we need to coordinate this with the Department of Health and others in the university. So I hope we help them out. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the same one, but I got something, and they're working on it in the next 2-3 weeks.
That was at NMSU.
Oh no, this one here is there's a lab right here in District 6.
This is a lab at NMSU. Okay. It's a DNA lab. That's the name they gave it.
Oh, okay. I think we may be talking about 2 different ones.
Well, all the more the better.
Yeah, exactly.
Where all can help. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, then the last item is going to be the Economic Recovery Council, and I know that Councilor Bencomo came up with a pretty good idea, and so I'll let you start off with that, Councilor. I know you had a good idea about wanting to have our own Economic Recovery Council that I think would be very useful, and especially in dealing with, in conjunction with that study that we're having Movida do. So anyways, I'll turn the floor over to you. Do you have a PowerPoint presentation? Are you going to show up, Councilor Betastuvi? Counselor Bencomo, I think you're muted.
What am I doing?
You're leading the presentation on the Economic Recovery Council.
I am?
Well, it was your idea. You wanted to have your own. So just share with us your thoughts, and then council, we can figure something out.
Great.
He wanted to know if you had a PowerPoint that would show up, Counselor Abeyta-Stube. Did you miss that one?
No, I definitely do, but I'm having technical difficulties, so it doesn't seem like I'm gonna be able to.
Well, that sounds pretty good. That's a nice response there, Counselor.
Yeah. Okay, great. I appreciate the floor. So I think after last week, it was very clear that we were frustrated about our lack of representation at the statewide level on the Recovery Council. And
I'm just kidding. Let me help you with this. So basically what you want to know is how do we start one and what does it consist of? And then we'll help you with that.
Sure. I mean, I think we need to reach out to our colleagues in Santa Fe. They've started their own, and I think it's important, that if there's already someone leading on it, that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. But I very much think that, I would love to talk about how many people we think should be on it, and then, of course, the diversity of industries.
Well, if I remember correctly, you wanted, I think, a nonprofit and a labor, which I guess what I'm trying to say is this. Okay, yeah, I guess I was just playing around here. But let's just do this. Let's go around and ask various council members who they'd like to see on this recovery council that's really focused towards Las Cruces, Doña County, and then we'll probably get with Christine if this is a special type of committee, which we can probably go to even some of our friends in the county. It doesn't have to be just city residents, and it doesn't have to just be from various districts, but we probably want to keep it no more than, say, 15 people. But now that with a Zoom, we can do that. We can come up with some ideas, bring it to council as to what they are seeing out there in the communities, both on the for-profit, nonprofit side. That sound okay?
Yes.
Okay. So let's start with you. So you want to have, was it labor?
Yes, I think we should have, oh my gosh, let me look for my email to you. Anyway, I think we need to have a representative from one of the labor unions. I think particularly one of the unions that represents grocery store workers. I'm spacing on their name, but I think they're important. I definitely think we should have maybe some of these mom and shop local grocery stores. Perhaps we can reach out to the owner of Save Mart. Right, I think we really need to have some of that local representation. And then I would encourage us to also look at someone from the Community of Hope campus, whether one of the directors or one of their staff. And then, I'm spacing on the rest of them, but if you go to another counselor, I'll go look at my email, which
okay, that's fine.
Very well thought out last week.
Yeah, no problem. Counselor Abeyta-Stube, you want to comment?
Yes, thank you. One of the things I think is important, there are different industries are impacted differently with this. And so I actually would like for us each to be able to nominate a business in our district as well. I know I specifically have one, but they also represent one of the industries I've talked about, which is they own a salon, but we know that that's like a high touch, and they're also in a different phase of the opening with state guidelines. So I think those perspectives are important. So making sure that we're grasping industry that have to open in those different phases, whatever it is. And then I would also suggest someone from the healthcare or sector. They also have they're experts in the medical portion, which I think is necessary, and safety, and when we're talking about roles, but then they also have new challenges to suggest as well.
Okay, and our city attorney, Jennifer, just emailed me. She said it was called the Independent Grocers Alliance. Is that the one you're talking about, Councilor Bencomo? No? Oh, okay. All right. Well, okay. Councilor Abeyta-Stube, you're muted somehow.
Thanks. Sorry. And I'm not sure if we needed to include anybody from like the workforce development or those types of agencies that are working on the other.
You know, that would be good. Workforce solutions, maybe, or workforce development. I'm sorry.
Whichever agency is more specified towards this, you know, they have little nuances. So whichever makes more sense, I would say.
Okay, let me just put solutions, you know, yeah, because I'll tell you why, because there was a question at our mayor's conference yesterday, and they asked about unemployment insurance rates for business owners, whether or not they're going to go up. And so if we have someone from Workforce Solutions on it, that'd be nice and might be helpful. Councilor Bencomo, did you?
Yes, I have a clarification. It's the United Food and Commercial Workers Union.
United Food and Commercial. United Food and Commercial Union? I'm sorry, what was it again?
Yes, the United Food and Commercial Workers Union.
Workers, okay. So you have contact to them?
I can absolutely get it. I would also encourage, yes, I also would encourage a nurse for sure.
So, okay, sorry. Mayor Pro Tem? Mayor Pro Tem Gunn?
Thank you, Councilor Bencomo, for you bringing this up and sending a really, what it appears like a really good email, excellent email, covering all the bases. I do want to remind the council, our Economic Development PRC met for the first time this week, and we had a really great conversation. It was one of the things, an item that I had asked to be put on, but it was too late because of the agenda going out. So we do have it as another item. We are in the process of recruiting folks to the group, and so I wondered if this was a space to be able to be the Economic Alliance people. And so I didn't of course wanted to step on anybody's toes, but I just want to remind folks that we do have that Economic PRC where staff is participating, but also looking at the various sectors that would participate, very specific to the resolution that was had been outlined. With that said, I think it's important to have a representation, obviously from the Department of Health, and really to kick off sort of the science behind COVID and understand ramifications are, how we have to reduce the spread, that kind of thing. I think that's important as we move forward to pushing sort of opening up in stages. So Department of Health, I would like to see someone from the daycare industry, childcare industry. I think that's super important and maybe not representative. And I love the idea, Councilor Betasubi, on our nail techs, our people, the hair people, hair salons, those kinds of things are really important. But I would also like to have a restaurant in my district, and I'm looking at, there are various ones, but I think those are really important. Someone from the county, like one of our commissioners or county manager, I think would be important. We should, if we can, without going against any guidelines, and we've at many times, I think we should be working more closely with them. I think that is super important. Rep is important. Someone from the schools as we move forward. They're in a lot of these discussions as we move into the school year in August, how those kinds of things are going to affect us. Our mental health, right? People from the mental health industry. We still have folks doing home visits. providing obviously assessments on safety and well-being of children. I think that's really important, like FYI. Lots of individual workers and agencies that are providing telehealth, and really seeing a surge in mental health, I think is also very important. We have a slew of nonprofits, but that we can pick from that I think would be great representation. And I also want to possibly include and to think very, very thoughtfully and be inclusive. We need to have the private sector, right? People from the private sector, be it the big box, people, Walmart, Targets. These are all folks that employ our people here. We hear from them, sort of what they're. And the other part is, remember, they're national chains, and I think they're getting a lot of pressure from the above, right, to sort of do things a certain way, and we need to understand that. And of course, our agriculture, the importance of having people from our farmers and different people like that. So I'm thinking someone maybe from the cooperative extension, or somebody like our oh my goodness, the name is escaping me. They provided input to or did our food plan. Why am I spacing it?
Food plan?
Our food plan.
Families and youth?
No, not families and youth. Our sustainability plan with Lisa LaRock. They're a part of that.
Johnson Control?
La Semilla. There you go.
Awesome. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. I just needed some help there. La Semilla. I think those are all very important aspects to this, this piece. And so thank you again, Councilor Bencomo. I appreciate this. And I look forward to it. And again, Mayor, I want to remind, if we can weekly or every 2 weeks get a report out in terms of all the wonderful things that we're doing as a city to Santa Fe, to Victor Reyes. I think that's important. So the governor has everything in her hands to be able to understand what the city of Las Cruces is doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so help me here, because I may not have got them all down. So, okay, Councilor Flores, do you have something you would like to say?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just, I was taking notes and looking at some of the stuff I had written, so I'm not sure if I understood Mayor Pro Tem entirely. I did see after our policy review committee, economic development policy review committee, I did see the email that went out prior to the meeting requesting that the Economic Recovery Council be part of that policy review committee. So I did send an email to our attorney asking whether they were, my understanding is that it's a totally different function, that the policy review committees have serve the function of developing our economy insofar as, say, the airport, the East Mesa developments or whatever, West Mesa, East Mesa, in that regard. And so I haven't heard back from our city attorney on that. I think that my understanding of what Councilor Bencomo has proposed is it's a different entity altogether. I think that it's also, it's a response to the COVID crisis that we're having. And that would be addressing the different, that would be addressing the issues that we've been affected by, the economic issues specific to or incidental to COVID-19. So I just wanted to make that, just to put that out there.
I agree with Councilor Flores, but a lot of our conversations on that PRC, is COVID related. And so I don't want to do something that's counterproductive to a group that's being established, right? And so I'm just putting it out there. Why continue to reinvent the wheel if there's a group already being established and moving forward? Because honestly, that's going to be the focal point for probably at least 18 months. And
well, that may be so, Mayor Pro Tem, but the economic development PRC is set by statute, and it's specific as to what we are to do. So if we were to do that, and my question to the city manager was, and I think that I did bring it up before, is that if we're going to do that, then we have to go back and we have to change, because the ordinance was set up specific to the resolution, and the resolution is specific to the PRC. So if we're going to do that, then it would have a totally, because the number of people, the number of entities represented, there was also a question as to the local something alliance, and I think someone said that doesn't even exist. So there was something that was not quite right with the wording, and I believe our city clerk did comment on that and said that we could change it, but I think that we'd probably have to go back and change it in its entirety. So we'd have
administrative change.
We'd have to
administrative change.
It would be
change it.
What?
It would be an administrative change.
You're kind of breaking out there, Mayor Pro Tem. We couldn't hear you very clearly.
No, I'm going to defer on that. I'm going to defer to our city attorney and our city clerk, because when you have an ordinance or you have even a resolution, every word matters. It's like a contract, and every word is going to make a difference as to the intent of that particular measure is. So I would leave it to our city attorney and our city clerk to zero in on that. And again, I do believe that while we will be having quite a lot of issues on how our economic development is definitely impacted by COVID, I believe that the function of the Economic Recovery Council was in response to the fact that, first of all, we're not participating as a municipality, or we of course, it has to do with businesses, but somehow we want to make sure that our local businesses are taken care of in face of the crisis we face because of COVID. So I think it's a totally different function. That's my take, and I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I mean, they're not. It's not like we have to have one and not the other. And I don't think it's overlapping. It's overlapping at all. I think when you look at the current participants that we had in our preliminary meeting, it was definitely city staff. When we look at the 7 anticipated representatives from the different entities. Yes, I think everybody has been impacted. Everybody has been impacted by COVID, but I think the function is totally different. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry. Jennifer and David both want to say something, so I'll go with David first, if that's okay, and then Jennifer.
Thank you, Mayor. If you don't mind, I can defer to Jennifer. Let's let her go first, and then I'll pass on. Mine's going to be a little bit more lengthy. It's something separate from the questions that were brought up.
Okay, Jennifer.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Councilor Flores is correct. The Economic Development PRC scope is defined by ordinance. However, the ordinance is fairly broad in that it allows for focus on business health and long-term improved overall quality of life for the community. So depending on what the scope of this group would be, it may not need to be amended. However, if it goes beyond that and is very specific, we would have to amend it.
Okay. Thank you. David?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity. One thing I did want to pass on to council and to you, Mayor, just so that everybody's aware, because we talk about different groups that are working on similar aspects of this type of recovery. Ms. Debbie Moore put together a group of members from different agencies throughout the community, and they had a Zoom meeting, or are about to have a Zoom meeting. I'm not sure about the time. I thought it was sometime today, with respect to what they called Recovery Educational Informational Meeting to start off with. And they are working together to help the community recover from the impact to the public health emergency. And I wanted to quickly just read a list of the members they had, and then that way we can see some of them do match the list that council has already put together. They had the Greater Las Cruces Chamber, members from Doña Ana County and City of Las Cruces Office of Emergency Management, the New Mexico Department of Health, a member from Doña Ana County, City of Las Cruces, and Town of Mesilla, a member from Movida, somebody from the New Mexico Border Authority, someone from Border Industrial Association, Las Cruces Green Chambers, Las Cruces Hispanic Chamber, Las Cruces Public Schools, NMSU, Doña Ana Community College, and the Bridge of Southern New Mexico. I don't know who those specific members were, but somebody from each of those associations was on their phone call, or is going to be on their phone call, so that they can start discussing recovery as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, David. Councilor Flores, did you have another comment? No?
No, thank you. I just didn't lower my hand. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Bencomo?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for that, David. Obviously, I think it's important to understand that, because we don't want to be repetitive or reinvent any wheels. My biggest concern with the Economic Recovery Council at the state level, and perhaps even this local one that the chamber started, is that it very much leans towards the interest of industry. And there are not necessarily no folks there protecting workers, the self-interest of actual workers who, once we open the economy, will be in the front lines, right? And so I want to make sure that we, that whatever council is created and moving forward has a holistic view about recovery and who will be impacted.
Okay, well, one thing we could probably do, if it meets council's approval, is let's say we take, in that group that David was just mentioning, most likely is going to have a chairperson. And so maybe we can ask that chairperson then to now move over and be a member of ours. That way there we have, we have an opportunity to hear what they're saying, and then they have an opportunity to take whatever comes up from our recovery council, economic recovery council, and take it to their board. Is that something there that you all would support doing? Okay, it looks like I get a nod of heads, so that's good. Councilor Bencomo, did you have anything else? Okay, so far I've got United Food and Commercial Workers Union, a business from each district, a healthcare sector, specifically a nurse, someone from Workforce Solutions. Now the Department of Health, they have that on their board, so I don't know if you want to do that or just leave that with their big board. And then the county manager or commissioner is on that board, and Las Cruces Public Schools is on the board that David mentioned. And then we all discuss someone from mental health. So if we do that, and then you add 6 more members, 1 from each district, you'll have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's a decent council to start off with. Plus that 1 representative from one that David mentioned, so that'd be 11. I think that's a decent number to start with. Did you want to add anything to it? Oh, Councilor Sword.
Just to review, make sure we, before we end this discussion, say again what the purpose of this council would be.
Well, once things start opening up, the economy that is, you're going to have to slowly, you have to find out who's affected, who's not affected, how can those that are affected, or maybe things to ramp up, because you can't just go from 0 to 60, in a few seconds. And so we need to be able to reach out to those that are affected, those that are having challenges. There may be some additional help that we're going to have to provide from the city to kind of ramp it back up. I think that's what Councilor Bencomo was wanting to have this Economic Recovery Council for. And it's a nice complement to the one that David just mentioned, because the one that David mentioned is more, business oriented. This one here is also somewhat business oriented, but it's also, there's indications of workers, line workers, those that might need special services, whether it's behavioral health or also unemployment. Because if we invite someone from Workforce Solutions, that's something there that, who knows, maybe they can go back and collect back unemployment that they were actually eligible for, that for some reason they couldn't get, things of this nature. And then also to communicate with businesses, how is it going to be handled? That is, if they, are they going to get charged unemployment or an increase in unemployment insurance rates or not? That's what I'm thinking that this Recovery Council would be used for.
Okay, thank you. Very good.
Councilor Bencomo, did I kind of, is that about what you were thinking, what this would be used for?
No, that's right on.
Good. Workforce Solutions. So, okay, I'll give this list to the city manager and then we go from there. I think that's a good start. And so Christine, if we were to do a special board like this, technically we don't have to keep it within the city. We could, some of these people could come from the county. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor. I believe that you could probably just do it similar to a select committee, but I'll defer that to Jennifer.
Select committee, that's it. Jennifer?
Mayor and council, I'm not sure what would be the best for that. I'll have to look at the ordinances a little more carefully. I don't know if a select committee, because we would be including outside people. So I think it would be a different type of committee, but I'll follow up with you.
Okay, the committee I'm thinking is the one that allows, that's only for a short time, maybe eight weeks, 10 weeks.
Ad hoc committee.
Ad hoc committee, right? That because once we get things going, then if the council wants to continue it, then we can make it a different type of committee. But I think this is initially to help with the what's going on with the information that's being disseminated. How do we help those affected workers or employers, coordinate with other services that might be available. So it might be an ad hoc committee that might just need to be last 8 weeks, 10 weeks or so.
Yes, then an ad hoc committee is appropriate. It's a very specific and short period of time.
Okay, then that would be able, we could do this pretty quickly then.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Mayor, for an ad hoc committee, you would need to have a resolution to establish it.
Okay, so when I do the agenda setting on the 11th, I'll at least put the caption of the title, and then we'll figure something out. I have it, and then if we are going to continue these meetings on Fridays as well, I'm not expecting to get it on the 15th, but we'll just probably have it on the 18th. Yeah. Okay, everybody good? Everybody hungry? Okay, so I'll take a motion a second to adjourn.
Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah, happy Mother's Day to everyone who's a mom.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made.
Before we adjourn, Mr. Mayor, where's our steak and lobster lunch? We've worked so hard. We've been here about 3.5, 4 hours. I don't know how long we've been here.
I know I specifically had one delivered to you, and if it's not there, I'm gonna really not be happy.
Oh, that's right. The dog ate it. Mhm. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm sorry, motion made by Councilor Sorg, and who was the second?
Second. I'll second.
Councilor Flores, that we adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, we're adjourned. It's 1:52 p.m. Okay, thanks.
Hi, everybody.